Alkoholfrei? Die sind immer alkoholfrei. Ich trinke keinen Alkohol. Ja. So sieht's aus. Ich hätte mir einen Kaffee gegönnt, aber in der Küche ist gerade die Reinigungsfrau zugange. Deswegen konnte ich mir keinen Kaffee holen. So, what do you want to talk about? Yeah, we are figuring out more and more, guys. We are figuring out more and more. And I like it. And I like it. So, I like it very much. Okay. Oh. So, what up? Ja, short update. We are climbing through the Spire. We also are doing very well. The weather is nice today. Once the kitchen is free again, I will fix myself a coffee. I can either have a social talk half an hour with you until then, or we can play 2 floors of the Spire. Ja. Und sonst so? Nee, läuft. Alles gut. Alles gut. Yeah. Other than that, our performance is doing very well. Did I already say that? I think so. Nee, das ist kein Bier. Also schon ein Bier, aber halt Malzbier. Okay. Na gut, dann gucke ich mal, ja? Dann gucke ich mal, was es so gibt. In der Relic Common Collection. Of the Take a Common Relic. Akabeko? Ja. Making fights easier. Bursting some front load. Sure. Yeah, Anchor very, very, very strong for the Watcher. Generally Common Relic strong, right? Because they have a front load effect. So generally pretty cool. Yeah, Ancient T-Set. Even Ancient T-Set, right? I mean, also it's not good by any means, but you know. This is complete trash. Marvel's is just so good on the Watcher. The package as well. Blood Bile pretty much better than on other characters. Because, well, you do swap always, every time, which basically makes the Blood Bile better. Easy as that. Thorns is worse than on other characters. Puzzle is, I don't know, probably, I don't know, just good. Ceramic Fish is worse because you don't add so many cards. Dreamcatcher is worse because you don't add so many cards and you don't need to rest that often. Yeah, Juzu might be okay because in Act 2 you don't like hallways whatsoever and you don't want to add so many cards. So Juzu is not good, but 50 gold, you know. It's not as dead as on the other characters, I don't know. Maybe it's whatever, really. Lantern, yeah, basically the same. Morebank, same. Meal Ticket, some nice sustain. Nunchak is more usable than on other characters. Moonstone, okay. Memory is also cool, you know, you don't add the curses. Removes being better, but that's not even necessarily true about the removes being that much better, I don't know. It's just one option how you can play the Watcher, and sometimes Rushton enables you that, and that's about it. In my opinion, really. It's not about keeping the deck that small. I don't mind the deck having, like, I don't mind having a big deck. The Watcher does have both. Look, it's like on the defect. You have like two ways to play it, with a big deck or with a small deck. And I mean, of course, the Watcher can use the small deck more often, but I'm just saying, you know, it's like small deck is one archetype, big deck is one archetype, and there are a lot of reasons to go for a bigger deck. Mostly, the most or biggest reasons, like stuff which comes back into your hand for free, and Omniscience. So, naja, the Flurries come back into your hand for free. Wow, that's pretty cool. And they do not come back again if you shuffle them back in. And that's massive. Or it can be massive. And Omniscience can also be massive. So, yeah. Like this. So not even sure how sick they... I mean, again, like it's these two archetypes. Remove 2 is probably... Ja, eben. Nee, einfach das halt this. Yeah. That's why remove 1 is also so sucky. Because what do you want with remove 1, you know? It's like... Yeah. That doesn't give you enough removes to go very small. You get the point, right? Now, some people were saying, oh, remove is so good, remove 1. And I think it sucks. Big time. If you get remove 2, sure, but if you get remove... Because then at least you can get a little bit more into the direction of, you know... Is like... Yeah, this. So... simply because with the amount of removes, the more removes the better, no? Also if you already go into that direction. And then it's kind of, yeah, not enough to have 1. But yeah. It's, you would, yeah, if you could Panip is very good. Potion Belt is better on the Watcher somewhat. Preserved Insect, yeah. Smiling Mass might be good on the Watcher in that way that it gives you direction. On other characters you can remove some cards on the Watcher, it really can give you direction as well. Yeah, Boot is irrelevant. Tiny Chest at least changes 1 question mark into something, but yeah. Top Door is like at least sustain. This is good, you know. I don't know, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. It's just like, you know, just looking through them. You know. Ah, the short video in the morning got you worried. Yeah, my wife also came downstairs with a very sorrowed facial expression. Hey, is the run already over? And what are you doing here? I woke in the middle of the night, but didn't you just wake up like 3 hours ago? I'm like, yes. And the run is over? Yes. Did you win? Yeah. Oh. Oh. Whew. Oh. And I thought you lost because it was so short. Oh. Oh. Oh, sitting there. Like, 2 hours, 3 hours short? Nee, about 2 hours. 2 hours. 2 hours. Ein Bierchen. Ihr alle mit eurem Bierchen. Na, natürlich trinke ich nichts, wenn ich hier irgendwie auf Weltklasse Mental Work verrichten muss. Nee, da gibt's nicht erstmal ein Bierchen. Also, ja, schon ein Bierchen, aber halt ein alkoholfreies. Was ja auch irgendwo klar ist, weil ich pfeffer mir jetzt ja nicht ein Bier rein und dann mache ich irgendwie Denksport. Irgendwo. Das ist wie der Dude, dem ich irgendwie vor 2 Tagen Financial Advice gegeben habe. Also der ist halt der Freund von der Freundin von meiner Ehefrau. Und da war das genau, also im Prinzip haben wir eben eine finanzielle Beratung, also wir wollten eine finanzielle Beratung haben. Und dann habe ich halt auch gesagt, so ja, weiß ich jetzt auch nicht, aber okay, wenn das jetzt ein Freund von einer Freundin von dir ist, dann machen wir das. Machen wir. Dann kommt der Dude an mit einem Sixpack. Dann kommt der Dude, literally, der kommt an mit einem Sixpack. Und ich guck so und denke mir so, wir sind doch hier zu einer finanziellen Beratung verabredet. Doch nicht zum Saufen. Ich meine, ist doch fair. Es ist mega fair. Es ist mega fair. Also ich trinke ja auch nichts, aber es ist mega fair. Aber doch nicht zu einer finanziellen Beratung, Jungs. Ich meine, so... Aber ja, war ja nett. Ich habe das Bier jetzt im Keller. War ja nett. Es ist ja nett gemeint. Ich sag ja nichts, aber ich sag nur so, was denkt ihr nicht? Ich zisch mir jetzt erstmal ein Bierchen rein, bevor es an Stream Run geht. Ja, ne, logisch. Logisch. That's how I play it. Ja. Oder der Twitch-Chat hat mich mittlerweile so an meine psychische Belastungsgrenze gebracht, dass ich mir erstmal 2 Bierchen brauche, damit ich das hier überhaupt durchstehe. Das sind die 2 Möglichkeiten. Nummer 1 oder Nummer 2. A oder B. Aber ja. Ja, nee, läuft. Okay, cool. What later this RDU, JJ Sven cooking stream? Ach was, Sven ist auch mit dabei, oder? Sven is also visiting, ja? Sven is also visiting Bucharest. Okay, cool story. Yeah, good for him, good for him. Boah, Maximilian ist so Gott, ich dachte zuerst, ich meine am Bauch ein Sixpack, körpermäßig. Nee. Darüber reden nur Pumper und selbst die nicht. Also, nee. Also umgangssprachlich, Sixpack ist immer Bier, mein Freund. So in 99% der Fälle. Hey, oh, ja, hey, hast du auch ein Sixpack heute? Hast du auch ein Sixpack? Ja, nee, guck mal hier. Ich kann hier ein bisschen liften. Ich crunch auch immer. Ja, okay, wollen wir eigentlich... Boah. Also, okay, let's start the Spire Run, guys. I see this is going nowhere. Okay. Ja, okay, let's go Spire. Okay, Safe Haven. Bist du auf dem Fitness-Trainer? Nee, ist ja auch gut. Ist gut. Ich mache nur Spaß. Okay, ich mache nur Scheiß. Okay. Sehr löblich. Sehr löblich. Okay, what do we have here? Ja, Boss Swap halt, oder? Ich weiß auch gar nicht, could it be something else? Nö. Achso, ja, it could be double snipe or what. But only if double snipe, and even then we would probably not do it. Yeah, nonsense. Right. Is it double snipe ever? Can it be? No, cannot be. There is no double snipe. And even if it would be double snipe, I would probably still not take it. Or would we take it if it's double snipe? Probably not. I don't even know, maybe, but probably not. Yeah, genau. So, then this. We say 240 minus the damage. Ja. Sagen wir mal 90. Ja, niemals. No Sacred Bark. Okay. Yeah, give me the attack potion for the 2 attacks. Don't need the double snipe if you're the sniper. Very good. What? Bearskin is learning little bits. I have Google Translate open in the next to this tab. Schwanz. Was ist hier? Was haben wir jetzt? So, Sacred Bark Run. Okay. Alles klar. Guardian, very late. Then we have 3 elites. 1, 2, 3. Post-Fire. Post-Fire and Monster. We have Shop. I think it's forced. Let's take it. I think let's take it. Let's do. Let's go! The Jawworm. Okay, machen wir, ja. Also, Vigilance Block. Vigilance Block. Hä? Also, you already know. Okay, alles klar, alles klar. Ich habe nichts gesagt. I didn't say anything. I'm like the dude in the what is the movie where they cut in one picture in the movie? This is like Inglourious Basterds, sir. You know what I'm talking about? The movie with the one picture dick. Like what is it? It's schon Inglourious Basterds, oder? Vigilance Defend hier, oder? Eruption Strike Pusher, nee, sowieso. Ja, genau. Da ist der Dude, der präferiert hart. Der präferiert hart. Für die Ahnungslosen. Für die Ahnungslosen, Mann. Hey, I didn't even know that the Jovim can have 46, man. This guy might farm us now. Ooh. But I never take the 4, right? No, never. Ooh. Also in Fight Club as well, they use the motive very often, right? Yeah, the dude in Fight Club as well, man. Yeah, now that you say it. Ja, hier voll Block, oder? Full block. Oh my god, hopefully he buffs next turn. But I mean, what you gonna do, right? What you gonna do if they come for you? Right? Oh, the buffer is not the buffer today. But I have good news. We just triple block again, and then he will go into buffing, and then we draw our eruption. Easy. Still not bad, by the way. Actually, no, we are fine, But we can do that forever. At some point, he will need to buff. Oh. 21. 2 strikes, 3 block. The only thing we are not allowed to do is... I'm hearing voices. Yeah, I'm hearing voices because they are there. No, I mean they are really there. Okay, so 21. Sure, coach, sure, the voices. Ja, they are there, right? Ja, the voices. Ja, klar. Okay, hier müssen wir stayen, oder? We have to stay, right? Nee, müssen wir stayen? If you get eruption, it's lethal anyways. If I go vigilance, the problem is too many strikes. In the worst case, you draw 4 strikes. Let's say 3 strikes, double defend. It's really bad, right? We block 13 or 10. It could go really wrong. Otherwise, it only goes wrong if you draw too many defense. If you draw 3 defense, it's still fine. Only if you draw all 4 is bad. How bad? If you draw all 4, how bad is it? Yeah, very bad. Also if you draw all 4. If we draw all 4, we are in for a surprise. For a 44 damage surprise, minus 15. Hey, Steinmetz, danke für den Sub, man. Minus 15, ja. Also, in the worst case, yeah, okay. Also, generally, it's like 30. Also, yeah, in the very worst case, we take 29. But, usually, it's like 19. And that is only if you draw all 4 deaths. So... yeah, and the other line is way worse, because the other line means in half of the cases, we cannot kill. So we face an average 21, minus 13, so we take 8. I'd rather take 19, nearly never. Yeah. The never-ending floor 1 fight. Yeah, fair. No, that's what I thought. I hope I did not miscalculate. No potion though. What VIP time? Why? Sashwip is such a sad card. Yeah, we concluded that. We did not even take it once we had the coin already, or what was the situation? You remember? What was the situation where we didn't pick it? I mean, we do not need to over analyze. Also, we do not need to talk about over and over again if we had similar situations. So the last situation was we picked the coin, we had second pick Sashwip, and we did pass it. Because we said it's not good enough. That was in a situation where we didn't have extra fires to upgrade it. And again, we already had the coin. What else? What else? Yeah, we had the relic, stance relic, and we said we want more stance later. Yeah. So, you don't remember what card it was? Versus, against nothing. It was nothing Sashwip, and we evaluated it, and we said, okay, we don't do it. So maybe it's the same here. I wouldn't know what changes in our case. No. Yeah, it's just quite a set card. What it was the final pick before an advanced hallway as well. No, it was the second pick. And we had third pick where we picked third pick advanced bowling bash into shop into another advanced hallway before the elite. That was the setup. But yeah. So the it was the second pick. It was first pick coin, second pick option Sashwip. We did pass, third pick bowling bash. It was basically the same. Like, yeah, this. So what evaluate is okay, evaluate is not okay. Evaluate sucks. It's really bad. Then there's protect. Yeah. Also protect is helping against Guardian. So it's way less bad than usual. Protect is like one very, very, very strong card against Guardian. Probably saves you, I don't even know how much. Probably 25, 30 HP. So we could probably pick it if we think it's positive. Guys, is Protect even positive? I mean, in other fights, probably yes, right? I mean, in hallway fights, this has to be positive. There's nearly no way it's negative. Wow, we are sitting on 3 energy, though. That is so sad. Yeah, against Nob, it's completely dead. Against Lagavulin, it's probably still sad. Is it? Ah, it's probably... No. It's kind of lackluster. Yeah. Yeah, and also on our energy, it's like even worse. That's the problem. Also against Nob, again, it's completely dead. Against the cubes, I don't even know. Against the cubes, you draw it. It basically makes your first iteration worse. And then the second iteration is probably better, but... Also against the cubes is okay, but less good than you might think, honestly. Why is it bad versus Lagavulin? It's not bad against Lagavulin, it's just not good, you know. Like, you can block in for 2 energy 12, but that's not good. That's not good. It just, yeah, very... Also against Lagavulin it's lackluster, against Nob is horrible. In hallway fights is average as well. Against the cubes is slightly positive. You should really not underestimate the 2 in the top left corner. I think people are very often doing that mistake. Basically also thinking whatever, I don't know. Yeah, you know, clothesline or something to make another example on another character as a comparable. Thinking that there was a time where people thought clothesline is very good early. And it just sucks because there's a 2 in the top left corner. Yeah, no, like it's easy as that. What can I tell you? I mean, cards which have a higher number in the top left corner need to be considerably stronger. That's what the Spire says. I didn't invent that. I didn't invent that. That's what the Spire tells us. So, Okay, I go very quick. So, hallway. Against hallway, protect is slightly positive. Not even sure, not unconditionally slightly positive. It depends on the fights. Yeah. Against like wooden, slightly positive. Against cube, slightly positive. Against knob, negative. How negative? Yeah, some pretty negative. -1 draw. Against the guardian, very positive. How positive? 30 HP, 25 HP, 25 HP. Yeah, not, I mean, only if you couldn't block otherwise, right? So only if you do not find the other good block solution. Yeah, which is either talk to the hand upgraded or the deceive reality. Hey Narcissus, thanks so much for your sub, man. But third eye are also good. Oh yeah, we can just pick third eye before the guardian, before we take the trash of the nation. Yeah. 9, I don't even want to pick it. I just wanted to have a talk. But it's you're absolutely right. It's completely out of any reasoning. So what about the sash whip? No, absolutely. If this would be nothing third eye, I think we could actually justify third eye because of the guardian. Literally. Yeah. We can even take any skill potion into the guardian. We just use the skill potion and then we suddenly have skills in our deck. For one fight. Great. I love that. That is so cool. So, ja, also Sash-Whip oder was? Also Sash-Whip, why did we not take Sash-Whip last time? Because we somehow analyzed that it sucks. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, okay. But I also remember, yeah, I know what the selling point was. It was that against the cubes it's not good. It's not even that much better against the cubes than base strikes are. But against hallways, it's way better than base strikes, way better than base defend. Against knob, it's probably slightly more damage than our deck cards while weakening, and against Lagavulin the same. Yeah, and if upgraded, for that you need 2 upgrades. I do not see any fires. No. I think one reason was also, what was the enemy? Hexaghost. And that we don't need it against Hexaghost, but yeah. Sash-Whip isn't so bad into Guardian either. Is it? Not? No? Naja. I think I'm not opposed, because the Sash Whip is also never really falling off. Yeah. I think it's okay to have it. It will never really fall off, which is kind of okay. Probably making us slightly better now. Yeah. OMG, Mann. Also question mark into shop, yeah, okay. So we upgrade 2 base defense. Not even that bad against Guardian. Yeah, also not good by any means. What cut over remove? Cut over remove, interesting. Yeah, also somehow because that would enable us to buy a potion. The potion is double value. Sacred Bark receives the value if you buy potions. For obvious reasons, right? The Sacred Bark enhances the value of your potions by twofold. And one way to squeeze value out of Sacred Bark is by buying potions. Very nice. So, yeah, Cut Through Fate is certainly a 60-70 gold card. I'm not so sure on 3 energy whether it's a 60-70 gold card, but it's definitely worth the price tag. So yeah, also it's definitely worth that price tag. And given that it's worth that price tag, I could definitely see us doing that instead of remove. And that would enable us to be able to buy a potion, which would be super cool. Yeah. What the defend plays against cubes and knob? Du meinst Block Potion? Nee, was? The Death Plus? The Death Plus plays it? The plays against cubes and... No, we are not. The Cut. Also, it definitely plays... ja, klar. Ja, genau. What the Water? Nee, machen wir jetzt nicht. Nee, definitely, I get it, guys. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah. Nee, it's also just a very good card, man. It also cuts into Eruption after upgrade, sure. And block is very good because we are not getting Carbaccio'd, halt, ne? Schon nice. Ah, the defend upgrade immediately strikes. I love that. I love it if cards do immediately do. If the cards do immediately do their job. Yeah. Yeah, they really open for 16 into 16. Wow. And we could never squeeze in one attack, what can I say? It's also, this is slightly conditional halt, ne? Ja gut, dann taken wir die 6 halt, ne? Ja. Super dumb. I don't know, wow. Yeah, cannot change it. We could have not even changed it turn 1 even if we would have liked to do so. I mean... okay. Okay, this is like heal... What healing potion, unfortunately. No, yeah, we already bought the dude halt, ne? We already bought the block potion, it's not that bad. Skill potion or... Now we are extra happy for the block potion. Yeah. 100%. Because the other problem is that we cannot really... not do the upgrade on Eruption. We do not have extra energy, which means Eruption upgrade is of utmost importance. You could even argue utmost importance plus. We couldn't even tank 2 on the knob. We never want to tank 2 on the knob, but no, we could also not tank 2 on the knob, yeah. Okay, also more trash basically, oder was? Oh je. Just saying, yeah, no, it's very good to have those friends. They are friends. 1, 2. I just hope that we do not need to discard this if we find another potion. That would be so sad. But yeah. It is what it is. I mean, the chances to find 2 potions in a row were also relatively low. 50 times 40%. And only on specific potions. So probably we had 40% multiplied 30% to find relevant potions. Which overlay. And then that's 5% in total. Yeah. Most of them were not even like W. So there was literally no way that overlay. Very unlikely. Okay. So I'm looking at the foresight. The foresight is how against Guardian. Very strong. You can always like skim away the attacks. Basically increasing your block density by insanity. Against Lagavulin, it's insanely good. And against cubes, it's decent. Against Nob, it's decent. Also medium against cubes. Slightly good against cubes. On 3 energy, I don't even know that. Medium against cubes, medium against Nob. Bad in hallways. Hallways. Ja, so 2 advanced hallways, so. 2 advanced hallways. Ja. So 2 advanced hallways, so probably minus 5 HP from the hallways. Also, having Foresight costs us 5 HP in the hallway fights, but it will give us probably 3-4 HP back against Lagavulin. So it's isolated against Guardian, and against Guardian, it's so positive. And then we do have at the start of Act 2, it will be slightly negative in the fast fight, but not in every fast fight. And it will then also become very positive after Act 2. So I would pick Foresight over nothing here. I'm wondering about follow-up, which is way worse than Consecrate, but we are sitting on 3 energy. Okay, we will make the upgrade here, but this is a 2 energy card. So we basically drafted a 2 energy card. That being said, we already picked 1 mediocre card. We already picked Cut Through Fate. Not exactly sure about follow-up. Probably not, given that we have 2 more fights to approach. Consecrate, yes. Follow-up, no. Yeah? So... Ja, also the Foresight is better than 2 HP and Defense Passes. Bam, 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 bam. Ey, nee, das ist auch schon wieder so unreal. I mean, ich mache mir jetzt einen Kaffee. But, no, I'm just celebrating so hard here. I'm celebrating so hard. Why am I celebrating so hard? Ja, oder ich mache mir gleich einen Kaffee. Aber, why am I celebrating so hard? I'm celebrating so hard. Yeah, because, okay. We start here, okay, that was whatever, okay. Super bad garbage card or whatever, then the fight was medium, life loss. Then we go here. Simmering Light, not a good question mark. Upgrade to defense, usually not good, okay. The garbage continues, but then the fight. Both lies attackers, and we, BAM, 3 block. BAM, 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 3 block. So we saved ourselves a block already. And now this, and here. Zack, defend pluses. They are really playing, making up for that we pressed the button. Yeah, I don't know. It's not very exciting. I just try to find something good out of this situation. I think it's an obvious defend Foresight, yeah. The Foresight will save us, so yeah, it's obvious, right? So what the advantage is, we can see first, right? So that is so cool, right? That we have Foresight first. And the Foresight will also enable us to play this slow. I could see Vigilance defend. Yeah. Basically playing this for free, if you want to say so. If you do not draw the defend, we just play double strike. Yeah, give me the... Yeah, it's great, it's Scry, right? Boom, 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 boom! Scry away the Garbaggio. Scry away the Garbaggio, guys. And because we are so Scry, we can actually play it slower. Foresight is really nice here, right? Yeah. And with the defend pluses, we can definitely solve. So now we have this which can cut for better card quality and cut. We have this which can maybe a little bit mitigate, but usually it is also not very good. But we have Eruption, and now this is more damage, this is more damage. So we have those abilities. We can scry to what we want, and also defense upgrade. So I would really play that slow here. Yeah, full stop. I also don't think there is like room to not play that slow. And at some point the green slime will also stop attacking. Yeah, we need Eruption and Vigilance, right? So I give away the Sash Whip here. Yeah, we have an energy problem. The Sash Whip isn't good. The Sash Whip. Also until now the Sash Whip wasn't very convincing. Yeah, somehow that's really bad. Now we are facing 7 damage incoming. That is exactly bad, because 7 is somehow exactly bad for us. Yeah. 7. Ach, ich mach mal jetzt mal einen Kaffee. Sonst denke ich die ganze Zeit, I have this coffee in my mind. Jetzt, also, das ist voll schlecht. Yeah, Omega bad, but we probably use it, right? Because we will, otherwise we will simply overlay, I assume. Und all this for 2 upgrade defense, so ja gut, kann man ja nichts machen. Also, skill potion you want to use, right? I think so. We have, also 2 reasons. 40%, okay? So if the 40% happens, my problem is we will always discard the skill potion. Also most of the cases, right? And when this happens, we are so freaking sad that we did not use this now. Number 1. Number 2, honestly, it might happen that we do not use any potions in that fight as well. And now we do not only have the possibility to overlay potions here, but now we suddenly have the opportunity to overlay potions here and here. And why are we better here than here? Because we upgrade Eruption. And then suddenly we have a lot of fights, you know. Naja. It's clear, right? Okay. So, okay. Naja. Schon pretty shitty, right? Yeah, so indignation is lethal, yeah? If I see that correctly. Yeah. Yeah, I just double check because I'm not so sure, but yeah, seems like it. Let's take it. No. Oh, good decision. Good decision. Oh, okay. Also, Weak is a 4 energy card. I mean, it's not that Deceive Reality is not also a 2 energy card. I don't know. I'm a little bit having like sad eyes with the Sash Whip a little bit, but yeah. Yeah, it's not weak. I mean, maybe the sad eyes are only half sad eyes because Sash Whip against the Nobby will be very happy that we will still be able to deal more damage in Eruption stance. This being our biggest damage attack card. Actually, we are happy about Sash Whip. Once we are in Eruption, this is our biggest damage attack card. Yeah, no joke, yeah. And Sash Whipping so that you don't take 16 or whatever, I don't know. V-Kick is super bad. Specifically with the Foresight. But also, why do we want to pick a 4 energy card? Oh, Deceive is so sick against Guardian also, by the way. Yeah. Against like a Wooden Sandwich. Anyways, any is super nice. Attack Knob, we do the attack potion. Most likely, right? Yeah. I should rest. Yeah, I don't think so. We need some upgrade here, my friend. Yeah, I should rest. Yeah. Like, yeah. Okay. I really have to say, I also have to say with the attack, it's surprisingly difficult to play an attack before this. It's surprisingly difficult to play an attack before this. Naja, if this is not conditional, we could play Vigilance attack. Okay, but now you're saying, yeah, we could play defend, cut through fate, Sash Whip, sure. Yeah. Or cut through Sash Whip defense, sure. Yeah. Okay. So, do you want that? 15 damage, and you want that because Eruption is now upgraded and Eruption Strike is kill, right? Yeah. Now that makes a lot of sense. Very good. Cut our fate in half. Oh, now that's specifically bad. What? That's fine. We can deceive and defend. Deceive and defend. I mean, we could do that, but is it clever? And we could also just stick to the plan and what, but we cannot because if we draw 5 times, not enough block. So you would like to play it slow and get robbed. You see Foresight, yep. So, for example, right? There's you're saying it's too high of a risk to break on our premium block, right? And then we suddenly might take 6 extra and we don't want that. He will try to run anyways and give us 3 turns. Yeah, that is somehow my concern that he runs. But yeah. I mean, that's actually pretty cool. I mean, we are also blocking full. I like that. That's actually super cool. We just utilize our very good block. Oh, and the beauty stays. Look at these beautiful turns. You see the beauty, right? Yeah, now we need Foresight for the Eruption attack. Oh. Also strike, foresight. I'm trying a new strategy with the upgrade defense. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I mean, nein. 22, also 22 needs eruption, okay? 22 needs eruption, so... so if you go vigilance, the energy doesn't matter, but if you do not draw eruption, the vigilance does also not matter. The vigilance only matters if you have eruption. And if you have eruption, we are always there after strike. You see that because 20 to 28, and then even if you scissor into eruption, it's still exact kill, yeah? We cut through his fate. No potion, very nice. Protect is now out of the question. We did deceive the reality instead. Flying Sleeves is also out of the question because it sucks big time. Probably even more than the weakness inflictor. Prey is out of the question because it sucks a lot. Oh. What with Scry and Cut we get all cards. Yeah, but we could have also bricked on no, probably not. Yeah, these are crap. That is obvious, yeah. These are complete crap, these cards. This hand is... At least we didn't get a potion, so we have 40% potion drop now. We want to take potion to kill one. Panacea says, I think it appealed to me as a new player and the Wrath and have attack to go with it. Yeah, I think it's not so obvious that it sucks. I mean, it does suck, but there are also other, like Crimson Blur, for example, also thought it's a good card. So I don't think it's printed on the card that it's bad. I think, yeah. Also if it would have 5/5, it would be too good probably, right? I mean, just saying. So I don't think, also, yeah, completely fine. And the green version is also pickable, so it's absolutely fine. Yeah, it's just that, yeah, also the other watcher cards and stuff, genau, exactly. So, what about this hand? I cannot really make sense of it. We have different options. The first option is that we play it super defensive. Is that an option? No, I don't. I think that sucks. As super defensive would be Vigilance, Deceive Reality. The problem with that is we are in Vigilance and it doesn't give us anything, and the cubes keep on attacking us and keep on shuffling garbage into our deck. So I think that's just bad. Okay. What Flying Sleeves is a worse card for Reality? I wouldn't compare these two cards whatsoever, but I don't know. Also, so the options are Eruption, Attack Potion into Vigilance, option number 1. Option number 2, Vigilance into Eruption, Attack Potion. These are the two options. Because Vigilance Deceive Reality is to be opted out. It looks good on paper, and in reality it sucks big time. I mean, again, some of you might say it's obvious, but I don't think it's obvious, you know. I mean, going Vigilance and having full block and getting a safety into hand, I'm pretty certain a lot of people would fall for that bait, you know. It's just us who already know how the fight will play out that we can opt out that line. But that's it, you know. Also, no, I think it's really, if you fought these cubes, these sentries too often, you will realize this is not a viable line. And only then. I don't think that otherwise, because we can block, yeah, we can block the little bit of damage, then we can block again. But at some point we will just get pondered into our face, and we don't want that. So, Eruption, defend with the block 2. Oh yeah, you mean with the DC really? You mean Vigilance, Eruption, block. Also with the block potion, or what? Without the block potion. Or you mean because we have the block potion? Yeah. And block potion turn 2. Yeah, good. But we are, I'm not even sure. I don't mind to be in Vigilance, really. I mean, what happens if we go Eruption and then we disappear into Vigilance again? It's so pretty nice, I feel. I don't know. I mean, we are then facing 1 cube. We can then maybe play a block plus, taking 2, while deploying Foresight. And then, you know, once we reach Deceive Reality, we are just set. Yeah. I mean, we can also talk about the potion, which one is good and which one is not. I think attack potion is definitely not needed against Lagavulin, because against Lagavulin we have rotation and foresight and deceive. So I would be rather afraid of Nob, where attack potion does of course solve the Nob. So maybe there is some consideration to keep the attack potion against the Nob. But that being said, this turn currently is like just very ugly. Yeah. Like if it's stay in Eruption, for example. Yeah, we could, right? We could Vigilance, Eruption, Deceive Reality, Defend. Yeah, so we are basically blocking perfect 20. We are in Eruption mode, and we even have like safety in the hand. So we could stay in Eruption, and that would be our turn. Now, next turn, we have 3 energy, and we can then deal 36. We cannot even kill one. I mean... Also, yeah, no, we can, of course, never mind. So we can kill one, and then we would need to use block potion. And then what? And then what? And there is also a world where we do not even draw 3 attacks. What about that? I mean, we have 6 attacks in the dude. So... a little bit ugly, and we are sitting there on our 2 attacks. Using the block potion, block, attack. What? Safety? Then we burn the safety. Yeah, wow. And... yeah. Looks ugly, but yeah, I don't know. Also, let's mal schauen. Also, the idea is, okay, we draw some... let's just assume we draw the attacks, because that's the most likeliest. We kill 1 cube. And now we use the block potion. Okay, still no harm. What happens next? Next happens... we probably draw, let's say, 2 attacks in the turn after. And whatever. 2 attacks, 1 block or whatever. Yeah. So now we deal 24. No, we don't. It's bad. What do you want to do? Do you want to play defense safety now or what? Defense safety, strike and pray to the RNG, to pray to RNGesus. Also, you don't have time to deploy that, you don't have energy to deploy that. I don't know. And this is the good case. The bad case is you draw 2 attacks. 2 attacks, some blocks, yeah. Or whatever, some curses. And then what do? We still need to play our 2 attacks. Defend 8, defend 32. We take 8 into our face. What the attack potion is better than block in this fight, or also against Lagavulin, I think it doesn't matter. Lagavulin is free no matter what, because we will have Scry, we will have safeties, we will be able to skim, to go Eruption, cut through into exit, and then rinse and repeat, and therefore not having problems. Also Eruption being a 1 energy card, even having Sash Whip. So I think it's more about the knob. And now we say the knob, it solves through the attack potion. Yeah, I'm just wondering whether the knob is not also solved through the whatever. Sash Whip, Foresight, and then we weaken him. And even if we draw Eruption late, we can still put the knob to attack 36, and then we can use Block Potion, and that's also kind of okay. I'm just looking at this fight, and I'm thinking the attack potion here is just very mighty. I just try to wrap my head around why I do believe that. And again, I mean, I'm also not even excluding the line where we play Vigilance, Eruption, Deceive, Block, and then next turn being an Eruption and using Attack Potion. That's also clever, right? I'm just thinking if we want to do that, we should do it now, because depending on the card, we might even go for a line where we kill this guy now. Like if you have something which a lot of card draw, maybe we go for a line which kills this. Maybe we also get less Dazes shuffled if you use it now. So I think I want it now, yeah. Yeah. We might also get a potion from these for 40%. And we also get a card, we also get 2 relics until that fight. Which is not to be underestimated. Ja. Genau. Ich glaube schon. Okay, so now there's Ragnarok. Ragnarok would have been overkill. Would have been overkill against Nob, by the way. But Bowling Bash is a lot as well. But you don't want to tell me that Bowling Bash is better than Ragnarok here. Also we are currently dealing 109 damage. No, let's take the Ragnarok. So, okay, so we go with this Eruption line now. Now the Eruption line suddenly became good. So Vigilance, Eruption, well. What bowling might be a clean solve though. This is much cleaner for sure. Yeah. This could not fail, basically. No matter what. I'm not even sure whether there were any iterations which fail. We got a question card. Okay, now that's not the relic I wanted before the knob. We got a potion. No, we didn't. We got a card. No. Okay, so, yeah. Not exactly the support we wanted before the knob. Naja, I'm not unhappy that we used the attack potion. I mean, we just had like potion against the elite fight. But yeah. What consecrate is fine. Yeah, I wouldn't call it Sash Whip the synergy. You're saying cuts through fate. Also, the reason why I take consecrate is the cubes. Usually. That's the reason. Not even kidding. It's not bad in Heuvis or 2 either, just not great. Yeah, it's true. So we picked an attack card, we bought 1 card, an attack card, but we did also not remove a defend, and we picked another defend. Now we are set against the Guardian, but against the Knob it's kind of so-so, ne? Delays Eruption against Knob, everything delays the Eruption against Knob. And against Nob, you usually can just play the cards you drew. So currently we draw 1/3 of our deck, which is a little bit enhanced, which is a little bit enhanced. So we could even say half of our deck. But even if it's half of our deck, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 energy. So we, in average, we draw for 3.5 per turn. Where Vigilance, if we play Vigilance turn 1, we might overlay energy already with the Eruption. With the Eruption already. With Cuts of Fate and Eruption, we might also overlay energy. So in some hands, we will overlay energy. And the Consecrate doesn't even help there. The Consecrate might be a worse strike in those cases. Yeah. So, do we ever skip here? Yeah. I think we definitely skip here, yeah. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't. We want to get Eruption ASAP. And even something like, ja, no, also this halt. Ja. Consecrate is Gremlin or Slime Gang solved. Gremlin or Slime Gang. Yeah, but for 5 damage. You mean it's our first AoE? No, I can sympathize with our first AoE. I mean, I do not mind to have the first AoE. Cut Through Fate is not the damage we want. Maybe it becomes the damage we want in coordination with the Consecrate. Yeah, the Sash Ship is a weak argument. Consecrate into Sash Ship, that's a weak argument. Very weak argument. Consecrate. Ja, of course it's way better. Ja, ne, klar, ja, logisch. Also in the hallway, so 0 energy card, super cool, yeah. Because we currently have what? 2 energy, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0, so makes up for it. Yeah, whatever, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Yeah, so roughly 1 per card, 5 cards being drawn, roughly 5 energy per turn. So just like from an energy point of view, Consecrate is okay, yeah, because yeah. It's a little bit less damage against Nob, but not... Also ja. Then follow-up, but of course it's way better in all the fights where we need... the hike against Lord of Gremlins is way better because you can consecrate the fools for a lot of damage. Currently we don't even have that ability, just saying. And we can upgrade it, then we can do that. It's also not bad against slavers. Yeah. There are also some other AoE fights where we would not mind it. Ja, es ist schon so. Yeah, we also foresight, we can skip it in some fights, but we will upgrade it, so skip all in it will be very difficult. We probably won't skip it. Consecrate needs upgrade, right? It's like enhancing 5 stat, also 5 stat, like 5 stat points. So, yeah. In hallways is okay though. And you're saying it makes us stronger now, right? It should make us stronger now, right? I mean, there's nearly, yeah, it's schon, it depends, right? It depends, but once we have foresight, we also have more attack density against Nob. Yeah. I think that might be the biggest reason. With the question card, I don't know whether we will be more picky or less picky. Actually, we should be more picky because we also have upgraded defense, honestly. We have upgraded defense, so we should be more picky. We have Deceive Reality. That means we should be... Es ist so tough, guys. Also, we have Cut Through Fate, we should be a little bit more picky. I don't know, yeah. Also, Sash Whip, okay. We didn't remove, but okay, we upgraded the defense, but we also didn't remove. We picked Deceive Reality. Honestly, I really don't know. Yeah. Yeah. No. Ja. Na gut. Ihr fucking Trolle. Ja. Okay. Na gut, also jetzt machen wir hier ein bisschen Fokus hier wirklich. Ja, it's bait. Yeah, I don't know whether it, yeah. Maybe he's just a lost soul. You used to watch Lifecoach before you're only watching jobs. Ja, genau, Peter. Okay. Ihr kleinen Trolle. Ja. You little trolls, man. Okay. Yeah, this is tough. This is tough. I'm currently really afraid of getting dying against Nob, honestly. Can we okay, this is the key. We should assume to find nothing, and then can we take the Nob? Hey Jakob, what's up? Was geht ab, Mann? Okay, was ist hier los? Against the Nob, okay. So, block potion blocks an entire turn against Nob, okay. And then we take 26 maybe. Can we solve the Nob slow? Can we solve the Nob slow, guys? That is so interesting. That is so interesting. If we get the eruption turn 1 against Nob, we just smoke him down. Yeah. If we get the eruption against the Nob, we just smoke him down. And if we don't get the eruption, we might play it slow without eruption whatsoever. Interesting. Peter says, I heard can we solve the Nob slow? But I'm not kidding. I mean, one way to lose against Nob is to not draw eruption in the first two. Right? Peter, right? This argument, we do not draw the eruption, as we draw the eruption less often. Look, I mean, I'm now responding to Peter's arguments with the eruption, we draw the eruption less often. Yes, of course we draw the eruption less often if we add cards. But there were actually two things you said which I kind of don't agree with. I mean, not kind of, which I don't agree with. So the first one was that, hey, we draw eruption less often, and eruption is like one of the strongest. I think Peter actually said even the strongest card in our deck. And I don't think so. Eruption, first of all, before... Hey. Irgendwie Frosch im Hals. Eruption, before the upgrade, is super sucky. So you need the upgrade, and even after the upgrade, it's still not one of the good Wrath cards. It's still one of the rather not so good Wrath cards. If you think about the Wrath cards which exist, right? Nearly each of them is better. Number one. Number two. The eruption alone is not cutting it. The eruption itself is not good. It's the multiplication. The multiplication of eruption plus the cards you have. Yeah. If you do not have the corresponding cards, eruption is doing nothing. Then your strikes are dealing 12 and you're still sad. Maybe they are dealing 18 if they are upgraded. Now, then you also wasted upgrades on the strikes. I mean, it gets worse and worse, you see. Right? It's, this side. Yeah. Putting that aside, also the fight which is usually the most troublesome are cubes, and against that, eruption is very often not even that great. It's not even great, but even worse. Okay, seriously. We can play... You didn't really hear the argument. I believe that you believe that eruption is stronger than you think it is. And I also do believe, actually there were three arguments. I just named the third one. The third argument is that the way I play is I do not mind a little bit longer fights. I mean, which is fascinating that I need to explain that, because I actually came up with the concept of a glass cannon watcher, right? So people in ancient times were playing the watcher very defensive. And I said, hey, you can just remove the defense and then you can glass cannon the watcher. Yeah. But now this is getting like into the other extreme. Like people can always think in extremes, you know. It's like now people are like, oh, you have to get eruption and you need to kill immediately, right? And now this is the other extreme, which is also not good. There can also be something in between. So yes, I remove the defense and I go glass cannon. But if I get, for example, something like a deceived reality, I still pick it in order to stall into... I do not mind to play Slay Spire, you see. I do not need a recipe which I can follow every time, because I can adjust to my run. So the argument was threefold. I don't know... I mean, yes, there was no argument against if we pick more cards, we draw eruption less often. But there were a lot of arguments why it's not a problem. But yeah. So, naja, also the arguments being, you lose less HP in fights, basically. You lose less HP in fights because the average life loss is not determined by the average percentage of you drawing eruption. That is the argument. So, Revek, thanks so much for the sub, man. Yeah. You need to draw a text with it, that's why you remove a defense. You're saying it's the best card. No. Yes. Okay, this is, yeah, okay. I mean, dann, also was? And then you need to draw a text with it, that's why you remove defense. So you draw the base strikes. Usually base strikes and like 1 or 2 attacks you add. Yeah. Yeah, we are running in cycles, unfortunately. Yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah. Nee, it's basically the same argument again, where it's like, basically the same thing. Where I basically say the life loss, I reduce the life loss by picking certain cards, and there's like, yeah, but I don't. And now, yeah, it's very hard to argue against. Ja, okay, also nothing. Ne, ich meine, der ist halt keine Counter-Side. Of course, ja, 1 or 2 attacks. Und ich meine, es ist halt echt irgendwie... Ja, es ist halt echt so... Ja. Naja. Das ist schon wieder so. Vielleicht brauche ich einen zweiten Kaffee dafür, Mann. Jedes Mal das Gleiche. Ja. Es ist halt echt so. Boah, ey. Ja, egal. What? Peter says, I don't know what to tell you. Nee, it's not. Yeah. Ja, egal. Nee, es ist halt, ich meine, was soll ich sagen? Was soll ich sagen? I mean, I can tell you will die so often. It's like crazy, you know? Also, is risk of ruin left and right. And, I mean, I don't know, you know? Nee, es ist einfach so offensichtlich. Es ist free. I feel it's obvious, you know? I feel it's obvious that you get farmed like crazy in Act 1 and Act 2. Aber nein, the other approach is stronger in Act 2. You will get farmed left and right. Because you're taking risk of ruin all the time. And it just, I mean, you're saying it doesn't materialize, but it will materialize. And that's also the reason why nobody actually hired the Watcher with a lot, like anything. Like high win streaks, high win rates. There's nothing like this. There's one outlier. I mean, what can I say? You need, yeah, but I have for, I mean, what, a different game because I have 4 defense. You, transform to, ach so, hier jetzt meinst du? Hier you remove 2, ja, na, ja klar, logisch. Ja, sicher. Ja. Also dann hast du, ist es schon klar. Ja, ja, Early Shop, genau. Remove 2, Transform, ja, Transform 2 nehme ich aber auch. Aber, das ist halt echt so, es ist halt echt dieses, ja klar, removest du all die Karten und dann hast du ein scheißes, smallest Deck und dann kotzt du erstmal richtig ab. Dann kotzt du erstmal richtig ab mit dem smallen Deck, with the small Deck. Ja, like, es ist ja nicht automatisch dann irgendwie gut, weißt du? Es ist ja nicht automatically good then. Also, es ist halt irgendwie so, naja, egal. Nee, ich verstehe schon. Act 1 ist, also, ja. Ich check's schon. Ja. Ist ja, genau, ja. Egal. I mean, I think the most fascinating thing is that I'm actually getting from there, you know? I mean, I'm coming from a camp where I was really picking extremely cautious, you know? Overly cautious. And why does it bother you so much? Because I'm friendly, I'm really baffled that I cannot explain that very well, you know? Because I actually have been through that. You know, now you could say, yeah, everybody needs to make their own experiences, but apparently the people are not making their own experiences. I mean, I'm coming from that camp to picking extremely cautious and getting farmed by specific enemy fights, understanding the concept of removing defense because I introduced that concept, you know. And yes, I mean, I understand that you can. I mean, that it is. I mean, I have been through that a lot of times, you know, and getting farmed too often by being too small, you know, it's just like, genau, yeah. Panacea also watched some of the acts. The show skip strategy is pretty good, but it's true that the act ones weren't always the most comfy. Okay. There's still room for picking a card to get through that act and stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but then you will also have a harder time ending up with very small decks because there are also thresholds. Yeah. So it's basically, yeah, basically this. So there are some enemies, either you kill them fast or you don't kill them at all. For example, whatever, Nemesis could be one example, right? Where either you kill them very quick or you have a problem if you have like 12, 13, 14 cards in the deck. As one example. But yeah, genau. Ja. Ja. Nee, aber es ist okay. It's okay. I mean, maybe I can find my piece if, I don't know, maybe some other good player who also will play the Watcher, maybe we can have like some, I mean, or I just like, you know, I mean, what I'm saying is maybe there could also be something, maybe another player who is respectable plays the Watcher. Maybe there will be a time Sekna will maybe take a look at the Watcher and yeah, Maybe maybe he can just tell you then. Yeah, I hope it's because I'm so also a little bit tilted because I'm kind of arguing out of a camp. I mean, if Max would still be there, he could actually tell you the same stuff, you know. It's like it's just like unfortunately Max also quit to play the game, which is yeah, like this. It's maybe I'm. It also feels a little bit lonely in this argumentation string because not many people understand the full picture. I'm not saying not understand. It's yeah. I mean. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, I guess we are not getting anywhere. It always ends, basically the argumentation string always ends where you're telling me that my survival rate is going low down in Act 1 by picking cards. Actually, that is when the survival, that's basically when the string always ends. Like, there's some argument that we are weaker because of picking cards. And this is where the argumentation string actually completely ends. Because I cannot, I mean, I don't even know what to say then, right? I mean, I'm basically saying, okay, I'm picking cards to increase our survival rate. And then there's like, yeah, but by picking cards, our deck gets worse. And I'm like, okay, you got me there. I can still argue with fights, you know, argue with percentages in fights, argue basically laying out fights and how certain cards do help us in certain fights. And yeah, that also ends there. Example case, right? I could tell you I pick follow-up to make us better in the knob fight. Now somebody says, yeah, but it doesn't make you better in the knob fight. And at that point, I'm out of arguments. I can maybe prove it with percentages. Basically telling you, hey, if you map out the entire fight, picking follow-up will increase our survival rate against the knob. But of course, if there's something like, okay, no, it doesn't, I'm like, yeah. Ja, like this, right? Genau. Ja. Genau. Yeah, that's I think we just I'm just always feel a little bit like helpless in the argumentations, you know. Like it's yeah. That's it. It's okay. So I need an unfilled coffee after that. So yeah. So Miguel says we play and have conversations. You're enjoying it. No, that's also the essence of it all. We have the time. I mean, it's definitely. Also, I don't mind it. Yeah, it's just all like. It just felt that we have talked about it before, and I didn't feel that we got a new conclusion. That's why I'm saying okay, that was a little bit sad, but maybe it's also the journey because. I think, you know, sometimes you only feel that there was nothing, that we didn't get any revelation. But sometimes you also need to talk about stuff 3, 4, 5 times until it actually becomes more apparent. So it's not so bad. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, also not only playing but also discussing things. No, I like it as well. Yeah. The conclusions, also the friends we made along the way. Absolutely. All of those things. Also, just mapping out fights. I mean, we are fighting already. by thinking about, okay, what could happen? Should we take this Consecrate? Should we not take the Consecrate? Yeah, Consecrate, very interesting. Again, against the Nob, this helps us to mitigate a full attack. And then we can take 18 plus 8 is 26. So we could really say, I mean, we know how to handle the Nob with other characters. And we could very much do it in a similar fashion. Example case. We have 6 turns against the Nob if you take it slow. 6 turns. We can block turn 5, right? So we have 6 turns, which basically means the damage multiplied 2. Which is 24, 32, 39, 78, 87. And then we would get there. If we go into Eruption, we could also, I mean, if we go turn 1, Eruption, we can also farm everything down. Like we can farm the Nob, I mean, until turn 3. But that would be good. If we get Eruption turn 2, it might be a little bit slow unless we actually event Vigilance turn 1. This. So what kind of role does follow-up / consecrate play in that picture? I don't know. I was actually thinking also about the hallway fight, but honestly, I'm really not sure how much a consecrate will contribute to the hallway fight. If it's an AoE hallway fight, it might contribute, right? It might contribute. Yeah. Yeah. There are different playstyles and all that stuff. Yeah, but not in this game. I mean, there are different playstyles, but there's one right way and one wrong way, or what do you mean? I mean, I hope we are not discussing whether they're correct, also whether they're max, also, no, you cannot do the one and the other. There's one way which is correct, the correct way, and one way which is the wrong way, if you want to min-max your win rate. Also, there's always the correct play and the inferior plays. I mean, I hope we are not getting into this rabbit hole now. Also, yeah, okay. So they could be very close. Yeah. They are... Of course. I mean, sure. If I'm debating to picking a card or not, it's very close. Yeah, no, this is a very close... Yeah, absolutely. We are talking, probably in this pick, we are talking 0.1% with a change of win rate, sure. Yeah. And there are some which are not very close. For example, just skipping Consecrate if you would be on floor 1 or 2, for example. And if you would not take that, I mean, I don't know what Merle does. I mean, I'm just saying in general. There are some which are not close, there are some which are closer. And yeah, of course. I mean, and the conglomerated percentage will then make a difference in win rate, sure. I mean... and the better players become, the more close they will be. Sure. I mean, but... That's... yeah. Obvious. Somewhat. I mean... Okay, so... yeah. So... What? There is an objectively correct way? Yeah, but... You have 50%, that's nonsense, yeah. Yeah, because you have the, like, the one helps you more in one fight than it burns your percentage in the other. So, you know. What are measurably close, sadly, sometimes. But only because we are too stupid, right? I mean, but what means are measurably close? I mean, we also start with the easy questions. Always with the questions we can answer. So, I mean, we can start by, is picking a card into the Nob fight positive or negative? And I would go so far to tell you that we can probably solve that question. And I think if we solve that question, we have not unlimited time and computing power. Yeah, we don't have unlimited computing power. I wouldn't say the same about the time. No, just joking. But I think that we can solve these questions with our limited computer power and also with our limited time. Questions like, is a Consecrate pick good into a Nob fight or not, we should be able to answer. And if we are not able to answer that, we should stay on this question until we are able to answer that. And we don't need to play the fight 1000 times for that. We can just calculate the fight. And that's what we are doing. But I get myself a coffee. And then Rubeum. Okay. So the Consecrate does make the Nob worse, right? I mean, we have 5 draws. If we draw 5 times Consecrated, we would be at around 25, which would solve the fight in 3. So adding Consecrate in our deck is probably slightly positive against the Nob. Now, how is it against Lagavulin? It's probably even slightly positive against Lagavulin, because by having Consecrate, we can probably more often deal damage, extra damage than not. So it's probably also slightly positive against Lagavulin. How is it against the cubes? Absolutely positive. How is it against the... Yeah, genau. How is it against Hallways? Slightly positive. How is it against Guardian? Probably still break even. How is it in Act 2? Depends. How is it after we actually allocated upgrades? Well, it is the upgrade. So how is it into Act 2 into Lord of Gremlins? Can we burst Lord of Gremlins? Doesn't look like it, no. It's probably still good enough. We also want to add an attack somewhat, because our block density is high enough. So we wouldn't mind to sometimes have it as a Lord of Gremlins, for example. Block, you know, right? And then we play the AoE or whatever. It's also like on 3 energy, we are very short on energy. I would probably take it. What? Is it break even when you can't play it half of the times? Sorry. The Consecrate I cannot play. Oh no, what? It's different, right? What is? Oh, we are still on the topic? What was? Ah, Panacea says, personally I think the skipping card also makes us strong in the short-term argument came from Merle getting excited about being successful with a new strategy and not from in-depth calculation. Yeah, that's also what I think. And then people jumped on the bandwagon. And it also makes sense. People usually believe the most easiest narratives. And the narrative makes sense. Yeah, wow, ooh. Watcher is the narrative began very early in the 16th century, right? About there was a character being called the Watcher, and people thought it's OP because he had win rates of 50% plus, which nobody could achieve with the other characters. And now people were trash talking the Watcher because he had 50-60% win rate. I'm not kidding. That was the perception. 50-60% win rate. Oh, P.O. Watcher is so broke. Like, ooh. Yeah, because they didn't know how to play the Watcher. And now there's this story about Watcher being so OP and Brokeback, and it all fits the narrative, right? Oh, now you can play only small decks with the Watcher and still win. That fits my narrative. Now I believe that narrative because human simple-minded. Yeah. No, and we learned that from the defect. Not being like human is better because then we are defect, and then you can come up with the good lines. Yeah. No, seriously though. I mean, easy lines, and then, I mean, is it really like the come belief that like going very small deck is like always the best way to play? I mean, come on, guys. Give me also, wow. Ja, nee, egal. Ja, ist, wir spielen einfach. Wir ist okay. And maybe at some point, you know, at some point we will get to some conclusions. So, this consecrate hier. Ja, können wir schon so machen. Genau. Ja, nee, das passt schon. Naja. What Robin Trillium says, you seem to gain a lot of clarity when you step away from the screen and take a walk. Yeah, but 3 coffees are doing the same. Okay, so I take the consecrate now. Out of the reasons outlined. Yeah. And it's also consecrate over a follow-up because we also evaluated that we are good against Nob. Right? $148 says he has started the game and now he won with a 53 card deck. That is the way, man. Congrats. The bigger the deck, the cooler the interactions become. I love really, like, it's like when you started with MTG, you know, when you had like the 185 card decks, because you just played all the cards you owned. Then you own. That is when you own. This is a very good approach. No, like seriously, yeah. Big decks are a lot of fun. Okay. Very tough, the consecrate pick. Very tough. And the alternate would be follow-up. The knob just got easier again, right? We got another 5 damage per rotation. Plus higher chance to pull a raw eruption. Plus more damage, plus more pull power. Plus, yeah, so. And ultimately it's Lagavulin. And now we suffer from the upgrade. About the seed. I should have analyzed, I think I knew that we played the seed in the past, so I actually know that it was Lagavulin. It will be okay, we still have it for here and here. We are so short on energy that it will be okay. Said that Whetstone is rarely good, it would make for some great roleplay. The Whetstone? The Whetstone was very close to getting roleplayed. It just upgraded the wrong cards. It's an old seed. No, it's not an old seed, but there's yeah, egal. There's a joke going around that we already played so much that we now can recognize all the patterns of all seeds. Therefore knowing what happens in the Spire. And also what cards are to come. It doesn't matter. It's not a very good joke. It's actually a pretty stupid joke, honestly. So, what do we do? Nothing. Right? Yeah, nothing. Oh, we play 1 attack. Very important. Foresight guarantees the vigilance exit. So we could there are 2 options, yeah. The one option is the foresight and nothing. The other option is, well, eruption / with foresight, yeah. Okay, so opening for 25. Okay, never mind. I think we already concluded the topic. I don't want to go back to it. Let's go back to it. No, let's not do it. I just wanted to say that there's also some idea, I think, that that small decks are automatic wins. I don't know whether you believe that, guys, but some people do believe that small decks are automatic wins. And that you just go through the Spire once the deck is small enough and then you just automatically win. And that big decks are not doing that. And I just wanted to put really emphasis. I'm not even wanting to talk about the small decks. I mean, it's also not true that small decks are automatic wins, okay? But I want to really put emphasis on how likely you are to win if you have a bigger deck. Really, yeah? Your wife also prefers bigger decks? That's great. So you're playing the same game. That's what you're saying, right? Cool. But seriously now, okay? What I'm talking about is that if you have a big card deck to specify, okay? That you are probably merging towards 100% with the Watcher. That you're getting in that direction. So I do not even know what's better for the late game. Whether you're going and targeting a smaller deck and trying to really get it to 100% win rate. That would be, if you get something like a back of preparation, really go extremely small. But it's more about the bigger decks being so successful, you know. And the reason for that is basically the same. You're not drawing, and oh, I forgot the biggest argument, which I dreamed about. I dreamed about it. I had a dream about the base cards. So people are okay. They don't want to draw base cards, and you know what? I also do not want to draw base cards. So now I had this idea that if I actually pick a lot of non-base cards, that I increase my likelihood to not draw base cards by picking real cards. So the more real cards are in the deck, the more likely you are to not draw the base cards, right? So ultimately, of course, it depends on also the relation of the things, right? I mean, you start with 8 base cards, and of course you can remove 8 base cards, and if you remove the 8 base cards, you should not add any cards, because, well, why should you, right? I mean, you already have good cards, and those are upgraded, so once you removed all 8 base cards, you should never pick any extra cards. But you're not starting with 0 base cards, you're starting with 8 base cards, right? And yes, you can probably remove 3 of them, quick, right? But you still have the 5 base cards which you can draw. And the more other different cards you add, the less you draw the garbage cards, kind of as well. But yeah. What Peter says, I didn't realize what a bigger deck does. Now I'm convinced. I don't know. I mean that I feel the urge to explain that should already tell you something, kind of. Just saying. I mean, I heard all kind of stuff. I heard bigger decks are less reliable. We drew base cards in our starting hand with a very big deck against a Snake Lady. We had 3 draws. We drew all the base cards of our deck. And the conclusion was, hey, we should have not picked so many cards because that made our deck inconsistent. Yeah. While all the picked cards were sitting in the second half of the deck. Yeah. Nee, we stopped the discussion now. I mean, I think Peter also starts to troll me a little bit here. Also, so I guess it's also, yeah, it's time. I just want to put emphasis that the big decks are also very successful on the Watcher. Extremely successful. Like, unbelievably successful. The cards on the Watcher are just so good that it's not inconsistent at all whatsoever. It's just very beautiful to have a very big deck. You draw like good cards. You skim. You dance. You stance. You pull your solutions. It's very satisfying. It's very satisfying and strong. Yeah. You know, whether they are harder to play, they are of course harder to play. Sure. Yeah. Naja. Genau. Ja. What Clone Buzzard also about forcing infinite is mistaken. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I didn't watch the runs, but it's just a general thing. Like, yeah. So okay, now our daily discussion about this topic. And what did I see? There are 40 card Hearthstone decks now. I didn't see that. I only heard there's some card which makes all the decks now 40 and everybody's playing that or some. But I don't really care, honestly. It's I also heard Hearthstone is dead. Is that true? No, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm very happy in this Spire. What can I tell you? I'm really happy in this Spire. No. I would Twitter. I would make a Twitter about it. But unfortunately, Twitter doesn't exist any longer. So I would really tweet about it. But unfortunately, you know. Okay. Let's go back to. Sure. So, this fight, very important. Two options. Option number one. What Taish is the last man standing? What? Just pay $8? Yeah, I wanted to. Yeah, right. Instead of 15K. We could save money now. Nah, but yeah. $8. You're a life coach now for $8. Yeah, no, I get it. Just imagine you verified for 50K, and the next message you read on your messenger, it's being tweeted out that it's $8 now. And you're like, 8,000, but I paid 15. Well, wait, 8? No, wait, is it 8? What? But that would defeat the entire purpose. I mean, if it's 15K, I mean, that makes a lot of sense because not everybody can do that, but $8? Would that not just defeat the purpose? Let's do it anyways. Let's do it anyways! How stupid can you be? Okay. Okay. Yeah. So. $8? $8 and you're Nagamuni now? Stop, guys. You cannot pay $8. Oh, you mean 8? Okay. The insulin is free now. Yeah, insulin is free now. Give me 10 billion. Okay. You're the captain now. $8, you can be whoever you want. Okay. Verified, guys. You can be whoever you want, verified. Okay. Oh. Man. Yeah. Yeah, and under all of those, the real message actually disappeared, like in the amount of like stupid messages, right? The one which is like evil people are drinking milk. I mean, that's the actual message, but yeah, what it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, guys. They wanted to support Ellen. What kind of Pandora's box did I evoke there? Okay, I opened the Pandora's box, guys. So. Okay, guys, I get my sweets. I get some sweets. I already see where this is going. Ich habe noch die Lebkuchen von gestern. I still have the ones from yesterday. Yeah, they survived. They actually survived. But only because I opened another package of something else. Ja, Lebkuchen hier. Hier, guck mal. Hier. Diese Dinger hier. Ah, lecker. Hier, das sind die richtig geilen, die Kaisertaler sind das. Hier, wie sagt man? Habt ihr mir erzählt? Ja, wie sagt man? Ja, the glazed ones with specifically a lot of sugar. With a lot of sugars. What is it called? Ja, wie sagt man denn? Closer to the mic. Ja. Gingerbread. Ja, genau, Gingerbread. Nee, Gingerbread. Ja. Genau. You could also use the donut right now. It's just around the corner. Dunkin' Donuts. Just go out of the house. Or you can also order online. Then you don't need to walk. Just like the big package. 20 donuts. Okay. What is it, a German thing? Yeah. It's like on Christmas time. Yeah. You know. But you don't like Dunkin' Donuts. Nee, because they suck. I also don't like them. They have too much sugars. There's some magic, you know. You need to have sweets, but not too much sugars. But they still need to have enough sugar so they don't taste like not sweets. Yeah, you would be surprised. There are some sweets. Naja, it doesn't matter. Naja, da sind schon Sweets. Und dann advertisen they advertise that they are healthy sweets. And then you eat them and they taste horrible. And I mean, it's yeah cool that they are less unhealthy. But I mean, what do I want with them if they don't taste like really unhealthy? It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, why would I eat sweets and think it's healthy? I don't eat sweets because they are healthy. I eat sweets so I can bridge my bad mood. Copium. I mean, why would I eat sweets? I mean, I don't eat. What means that healthy? That's like saying I eat burgers, but I eat the healthier ones. Either or, you know. Ja, genau. Ja, ich muss die mal wieder wegpacken. I need to put them away, otherwise I eat them all. Oh yeah, that was really good. Yeah. Very good. Can't you hear? Okay. Also, two option series jetzt. Also, option number 1 is Foresight and we deal 25 damage. We go exit. Why is it good? Because Consecrate and External is costing 0. We can have guaranteed exit. And we can play the Deceive Reality or the Defend. So. That is sassy. Don't Foresight first. The order completely doesn't matter, or what do you mean? What? Okay, option number 2 is Foresight and do not open for 25. What's the advantage? What's the downside? I guess the downside is that we do not open for 25, but we probably open for 0. So, but keep in mind that 25 is minus 8, right? Minus the 8 block is 17. So what do we get for 17? We go into Calm. Yeah, Going into calm is legit 2 energy. We get safety. That's also somewhat legit. We also exhaust the curse, but I mean, we have a guaranteed hand, so I don't think that exhausting curse is legit important. We can see the hand. We should not scry more than 1 card, because we want to have this, 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 and this in the deck. Okay. So then the Lagavulin will attack us. Good news, and this is important. We need to scry 1. Why? If we scry 1, we will have scry next turn. We cannot scry vigilance away. But it does matter, we can always scry 1. So, yeah. Safety is very nice in the fight. We can also, with the eruption, we can control eruption to vigilance. If we go eruption, we will have 1 energy. So we lose the 17 damage, but we make up for that with eruption. Yeah, I like that. I would wait. I would wait. I'm pretty certain waiting is the correct play here. Because of the foresight. We wait with the foresight, we can still open, and we probably can even go back. Can we? What about stalling the fight at some point? Is it possible? Yeah, with the potion we can always like somewhat, yeah. Even with this, it's like 1 energy, 2 energy. That is 12 block already. So we can also even stall it, even if we do not succeed to get the stuff well. Yeah. Yeah, you get an option to scry if it's 0. You go into reshuffle into scry. And the idea is that we go eruption to vigilance. And if we are unlucky, we do not get eruption to vigilance. Then we just block in. Yeah. There might be a way to go eruption last turn. With Seswip, we take 30, but we can probably even block the 30, staying in eruption. Yeah, I'm relatively convinced that this is the way. Wow. Okay. Oh, we could have also eruption, cut through fate into vigilance. So there were really a lot of very good lines. Now this is just crap. I don't even know what to do. That's a lot of block. There are 2 options. We can defend away for the vigilance eruption. So that we can play eruption for 9 damage and 1 energy. Energy is another 18 damage. So for 27 if you get the eruption. We don't necessarily need the eruption. Cut through fate is good enough. Then we can play cut through fate, eruption. The same. Yeah. Now, that would be this, right? Okay. So another option would be to scry this away and to just say, okay, we don't care about eruption. And last but not least, we could also just keep everything in order to, if we draw eruption, so be it, and if we don't, so be it as well. Yeah. Honestly, I don't know. There's also that we can block without safety if we keep these. So this is somewhat nice, right? To block, block, block. Somewhat. Just keeping all. Is it a thing? Or is it not a thing? Keep in mind, Sashwip is also blocked though. So if you draw Eruption, we would like to have Vigilance, yeah? And keeping Vigilance is not bad if you do not draw Eruption, because if you do not draw Eruption, we try to avoid drawing it the turn after, right? I'm not even sure. Yeah, no, I think so, yeah. You see that, right? So either we draw Eruption now, then we can draw Eruption, Vigilance, perfect. If you do not draw Eruption, this is dead, but it doesn't matter because then we can just play Defend, Defend, Deceive Reality, Defend, 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 Sashwip, Sashwip, Defend, Defend, whatever, right? Then next time we have Eruption on. If you don't have Eruption, it's okay. Then we just block in again, and then we open with Eruption for a lot of damage the turn after against Lagavulin. And if we do get the Eruption immediately, we can also Eruption Sashwip, now delaying the Sashwip as well, right? So that we can Eruption, Catastrophate Sashwip, 3 energy, 2 energy left. For example, Deceive Reality, Deceive Safety, and then take 14 or whatever. Yeah? Is that the way? Yeah, I would think so. Because then we keep the attacks in the deck. Yeah, why not, alright? Oh, money! Oh. Naja, good, now we have an Eruption, Vigilance, Defend, Deceive. It's not even that bad. I mean, now we got the Eruption for 9 damage, which is not great, but okay. Yeah, there are not many options, so let's just do that. Or playing the Lagavulin in a very slow fashion here. Slow playing the Lagavulin with the Watcher. Okay, this is crap. This is crap. You are scared? Why? We can just skim into the Eruption next turn. It's not nothing to be scared. We have Consecrate, which is good damage. 5 damage for the card. Straight up there. Geil. Sashwip, nice. Ja, Whipping for Weakness also. Cuts. Ja, das ist okay. Machen wir mal so, ne? So, machen wir das. Okay. So. Yeah, generally we can even guarantee Eruption. We can also guarantee the cards in the dude. Also we can basically say what kind of draw we want to have. It's all pretty nice. Nothing to be scared about. So... Ja, also... Even Strike Plus is in the dude. Eruption is in the dude, Strike Plus is in the dude. We can basically skim away the stuff we don't want. Okay, there are not enough attacks in the dude, right? Interesting. Very interesting. Five, 6, 14. We can scry 3, draw 5 is 8, and then we can cut through fate towards Eruption. If we are really unlucky, we whiff on the Eruption though. That is if we do not do the shuffle. We could also just put some stuff into the shuffle and then have a guaranteed Eruption. Stuff into the shuffle shuffles out cut through fate though. So it is debatable weird. Oh. It really is weird. I cannot really make so much sense of it. But finding Eruption with Scry would not be bad. With Scry? We cannot Scry towards Eruption. It doesn't work that way. I don't even know what's clear. Like Consecrate Sashwip? Shuffle? I have Consecrate and Sashwip are in the shuffle. And let's say we could would go Eruption. Then we could go Eruption double safety, for example. Naja. Consecrate, Sash Whip, cut through, pull Eruption, play Eruption, double safety. We take not much, we take 6. That would be acceptable. So that would be fine. If we pull also Consecrate is in the Dude, which basically means we guarantee ourselves as we now talked about Eruption immediate, that's not a problem. So we would draw into guaranteed, nearly guaranteed, Eruption, Strike, Consecrate, and Sash Whip. So, how is that? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you go Eruption and then you have 4 energy at hand. And Strike and Sash Whip is using 2 of that. And then you go back into Vigilance, or what's the master plan there? Probably, yeah. What, having only cut and strike plus seems sad into the non-attack turn? Yeah. I would think so, yeah. How much damage do we currently deal? 13, 22. Naja, I would also think that Cut Through Fate is actually kind of cool. Trying to pull Eruption, but what is the worst case, really? The worst case is we do not pull Eruption, well then we just play 3 energy attacks. That would be okay. I mean, it's not great, but it would be okay. I mean, yeah, no, that would be okay. We play for 3 energy attacks, and then maybe, also Eruptions on the bottom, which maybe Vigilance is also on the bottom, I don't know. Probably not, but maybe yes. And then we can go Eruption. And honestly, we can even stay in Eruption, even if we can use the block potion. It's weird, right? But yeah. What if we don't shuffle force, that also does nothing? No, it does. We always have save at Lex 3. What do you mean? It's funny because what did the Whetstone do? Something nice, right? Apparently. I mean, this extra damage is suddenly not bad, yeah? The extra damage, a little bit extra. And suddenly the extra damage from the strike plus also, okay, in this case not, but not bad, right? And then we have Scry extra, not bad, not bad. Okay, so, na gut. Oh, Ah, nee, it doesn't matter, right? Nah, it doesn't matter. Okay. I just thought about the Dude, but never mind. Yeah, I mean, this is 30 damage and we can stall with the Deceive Reality. We are Stall Watcher now. And if we get the Eruption, we really want to have the Sash Whip. So I would keep it that way. And even if we whiff, then we still have at least the blocks in. Sash Whip is a card 8 damage. What we should have shuffled? No, if we should have shuffled, I probably would have shuffled. In average. Hey Lordyman, thanks very much for the sub, man. Okay. So, about the Sash Whip there. Is it a good keep? Is it a bad keep? I guess it's a good keep if we end with Eruption. If we find Eruption, the plan is 2, 1, 3, and we want to have 3 energy and attacks if possible. And keeping Sash Whip does definitely have that purpose. If we play for 3 energy attacks, I also don't mind. Then I would also like to have Sash Whip as one of the 3 attacks. And I also don't think that we need to have Deceive Reality because we have safety there. So being a card for 1 energy delayed damage is probably positive. Is that true or is it fake news? 1 energy 8 damage. Yeah, I think I just follow my guts there. And just assume it's correct to keep. Deceive Reality in this hand is not very good. I think we start with cut. Consecrate is, by the way... damage, 5 damage, 5 damage, 5 damage. Yeah. We could also have the slow approach with Deceive Reality. Double Safety is blocking any turn we want. And also cleanly blocking any turn for not even enough, so much energy. But using it here is like kind of sad, right? Because we could really pull Eruption and then we can deal a lot of damage. And this is also a lot of damage putting that aside. And we also already have safety. So very often we will have block. Block safety is, for example, overblock. Block safety is works. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, understand that these draws are shitty. Just saying. So, so we can manipulate into Eruption Vigilance. So guarantee that basically. How to guarantee that? Naja, we can only guarantee it if you actually pull the defend now. Which would mean this would guarantee the hand. 4, 5, 6, 7. And with this we can actually guarantee exactly what we want to draw. So how would we like to have it? Well, I mean, the best would be to have kill next turn, right? But we do not really have kill next turn, I assume. I wouldn't know how. We play Seshwip, Consecrate 14, 61, and we do not have 61, right? No. Because, how would we? Right. So, Consecrate is clear. At the end. So the question is 6 damage or Deceive Reality. What is our next turn? I assume we play Eruption, Strike Plus. Probably Strike as well if possible, right? But then we don't have energy or what? How much energy do we have? 5? So 5 energy means 1, 2, 3, 5. But then we cannot play this, which is sad. So maybe Eruption, Strike Plus. No? 14, 21, Eruption, Strike Plus, Vigilance. This is 6 block. Now we can decide between 6 block or 10 block. Now, if we play the Deceive Reality over Strike here, we will have 2 safeties in the hand, which basically means Eruption, Strike, Vigilance, 6 block. We can also play Safety. Which we could also generally. I definitely want to use the Strike, it's clear, right? Because right now we kind of also want a little bit more damage and stuff. Okay, cool. So, next turn, yeah, also 721. If we deal the 6 damage, it's actually 11 damage in total. 11 damage in total is 56, and this is 21. 56, 21 is 35. 35. There are ways to kill 35. Eruption Strike is 21, so we need 14. What I'm telling you is I don't think that we need the second safety under certain circumstances. Under a lot of circumstances we just don't need it. And if we would need it, it would be actually quite cool to have it in the hand. Do we ever have a downside? Yeah. The downside is 6 less damage now. And 6 less damage now might mean that we break the threshold. Now breaking the threshold is ugly. How ugly? Naja, acceptable ugly. It's not what, 21, it's 27. The Eruption Strike Plus is 21 because you get debuffed. You lose 2 strength. Better safety than sorry. Very good one, but I'm not exactly sure whether that's true in this case because we are losing maybe a threshold of a killing window. And if let's say we do not kill but we draw Deceive Reality. We play Deceive, Safety and block and we are not losing a lot of damage. Eruption, Strike Plus and Cut is 35. There are a lot of ways that this is threshold. Even a Consecrate alone is threshold. I'm extremely positive that with the Eruption there will be a lot of thresholds being missed. And we do have even cut through into Eruption plus the Scry. The only reason I could see is to say, hey, we block in any ways and then we have 2 turns to kill. Right? So kind of saying, all right, we play Deceive now. And we already plan to block in. But I'm just afraid that if we draw the Eruption, that suddenly we do not have a clean way to kill at hand. Like, this is my concern, right? Yeah. This, I don't know. Drawing Eruption and being short of damage is devastating. That would be so bad. Like, no, would it be that bad? I mean, we can probably chill, right? We can probably just block in and then we deal. Nah, it's okay. I played the Deceive. You convinced me, guys. You convinced me. Very good, guys. Very good. So we can currently block 16. So we would take 4. Okay, we can deal 14 damage or we can block 6. But the 6 is only 4. I would take the 14 damage. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, I think so. 14 damage over 4 block. I was already... Yeah, this is probably correct. Yeah, this is probably correct. I mean, I think we are already stretching it, honestly. Matter of fact, I do believe that we are already stretching it a little bit. What do I mean? I mean that we... yeah, that I'm already min-maxing a lot. Yeah, so. Yeah, I would think so. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. This was the plan. Now we can block him with the safety. 6, 9, 9. Yeah, genau. Into a guaranteed Eruption next turn. And we are looking at guaranteed. Sagen wir mal 8, so 11, 17, 34, sagen wir mal 41. Also 41. They are missing you there in Romania and Rado stream. Yeah, I really also wanted to go. I mean, I still even have the European ticket. Oh, now it's over now. It's the last day of my Euro train ticket. Oh, I wasted so much money there. Oh, ich bin so ein Esel. Hey, oh, Mann, egal. Yeah, but I'm just too much, I don't know. I'm just currently so much in my element here with Spire. I just didn't... I will probably do that. No, I mean, I even have the interrail already. It's like, but I just feel so in my element at the moment. I'm never change a running system, and I do really feel very, very, very good at the moment. Streaming every day, Slay the Spire, doing this Watcher things. I'm really having a lot of fun with the Watcher. I'm really feeling alive. Yeah, it's, what can I say? Every day has a purpose. I do not see why I would switch that. Like, it's, yeah, I do have the ticket. And, yeah. Yeah, I'm just happy. What can I say? So, I mean, I'm a little bit sad about the money burn. But on the other hand, why would I not just stay doing something I enjoy? I mean, yeah. Can't resell it, it's nominal. Yeah, look, it's an interrail. It's like 15 days of travel. You can travel 15 days of your choice. Like the one I bought. And I used 3 days of these 15. And you can travel through entire Europe. And now I still have 12 travel days. Also ending today. Which basically means... Yeah. I basically flushed money down the drain. Yeah. Naja. No, yeah. But I guess it's also important to understand. I mean, I think it's also a good life lesson to not needing to use up stuff just for the sake of it. Yeah. I mean, at that point, I was actually rather. It was before my defect sample, was it? Yeah. Actually, it was before I started to play Slay the Spire again. Yeah. So I actually really wanted to travel, but then I just had so much fun playing this, slaying the Spire. And yeah. What Kuchen says, some studies say there are diminishing returns in happiness after your income is like 80k per year. Oh, is it 80 already? It was 60 at some point. But yeah, inflation is so yeah. Also the idea is once you can purchase everything and can partake in all social activities, you're set with your happiness, and that's also your ceiling. And then it's rather depending on you as a person. Now, yeah, if you don't have money to eat, of course you're not that much. Like you're of course less happy. And it's also like if your friends go to the cinema and you cannot afford the cinema, you're not exactly happy, but or less happy. But once you can do that, it's really about your inner mind, your inner game, if you want to say so. Is the Lagavulin happy though? I don't know. Does he look happy to you? Not really. I cannot really understand whether Lagavulin has any emotions. Happy, not happy. It's a giant crab which wants to eat us. Somehow he lost one of the two eyes he has. He really wants to go back to bed. Yeah. Let's help him. By killing him? Question mark? Guys, do you see that? Okay, na gut. Orichalcum. Helps against the knob? Question mark? Well, I can tell you the Swift potion helps against the knob. That's for sure. Okay, protect sucks, signature move sucks, evaluate sucks, follow up sucks. Okay, that was easy. Oh, the question card is not even that bad. At least we get 4 choices. Naja, because on the Watcher you usually do not pick that often. So 4 choices are much better than on the other characters. Otherwise you will have 2 cards. On the other characters you might have 2 cards you want to pick. Not so much on the Watcher. Yeah. Yeah, all of Norway, it's about the other study about the happiness and the general aspect of happiness. And yes, like, the general feeling goes also up with the money because you kind of also have different options or whatever, but it doesn't really increase that much. And there are also a lot of rich, miserable beings. I mean, let's face it. Let's be honest here. Okay, so here, only virtue brings happiness. Yeah. Follow up works well with 3 energy, yeah, but we already picked Consecrate. We already got Trash Talk for the Consecrate already. Don't want to get Trash Talk harder. But Snorlax says, I don't think Elon Musk is happy about his 45 billion Twitter purchase. Yeah, I also don't know. I mean, I still also kind of wonder about also exposure or being like very rich. I mean, There's literally not one very rich dude which is not getting horribly trash talk, right? I mean, maybe Buffett, right? But like, so if you basically don't use your money and you are staying modest on your entire life and you don't put any money to your own personal use, then you're basically safe from being trash talked. And that's pretty much the only way, right? I mean, all other people are just like, yeah, whatever, whether it's Bill Gates or what's this, the other Bezos. I mean, what the fuck, you know? Those guys are losing their wives, and the entire world laughs about them, you know. I mean, what's wrong with the world? I mean, a lot, but you know, right? And or even whatever, even Elon, right? I mean, Elon Musk, like people make fun of him. He's a decent guy, or usually, I don't know. I mean, okay, like he's also not super duper clean, but it's maybe sometimes I really think I am so happy not to have this exposure. Really, like it's the older I get, the more happy I am to not have this kind of exposure. It's really interesting. Yeah. Yeah. I'm just very happy. I don't know. I invited my parents to Thailand to show them like the beauty of the country. Those things. That is cool. That I can do such things. And also give them travel light options. Yeah, like this. And not travel light, but you know. And or I bought them a flat in Vienna, so they can always come to Vienna. They don't live in Vienna. They live in south of Germany. And like those things are the luxury for me, you know. That I can say, okay, here's a flat. Come whenever you want. It's yours. This is the real. I mean, for me, you know. For me, that is the true luxury. What is here? Okay, we farm this Viech halt. Das wird jetzt gefarmt. Vigilance in the dude. Huh. Ja, klar, Elon loves the exposure, of course. Nein, ist ja schon. And then somebody says, okay, turns out he's, yeah, nein, sure. Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm just happy where we are. Draw 12, yeah, no. Ja, Fostex, thanks so much for the sub, man. Okay, ja gut, also Swift Potion oder hier den Block? What do you think? This can simply guarantee a survival of one turn. Also we can 6 is not really great, right? 24 is better somehow. The Fear No Evil for second comp. Yeah, you like it too, right? Yeah, I love Fear No Evil. Fear No Evil is a very great card. Ja. You want the XP, right? The banana is pretty nice because banana is even better into the next act. Yeah, it's crazy, right? Like even if you survive, it's still better in the next act until Act 3. And yeah, banana before lead is nice. You mean before Nob, but we are equipped against Nob. It's still not bad, right? And against the cubes is also not bad. I mean, save a potion, I don't know, but I think not taking banana is also kind of weird. So, I don't know. Foresight, Eruption, Consecrate. We even have the Orichalcum against the attack. And Sash Whip! And Sash Whip! So we Sash Whip it to 12 and then we block with the Orichalcum. Yeah, right? That's what we do wanna do. Oh, Consecrate for 10, right? Consecrate needs the upgrade then, no? Huh. Yeah, maybe we exit without a sound. 34. Huh? We don't want to exit without a sound. So I guess we just keep this stuff, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's super clean. Also let's just keep those and we whip some sense into him. Orichalcum, the green steel. Oh, we should have taken the max HP. Not really. Dreamcatcher just sucks. Okay, we already have a little bit stance. Okay. Yeah, Consecrate just became very sad. But Flurry versus Cut? Yeah, Shun the Flurry. Specifically because it's the first one. That's probably the biggest reason. We also already have a second Calm Source. I think it's relatively clearly the Flurry. Specifically also given our energy shortage at the moment. I think that ain't so close. Anger the mushrooms. And now they come back. Just imagine you're angering the mushrooms and suddenly they get feet and then they walk towards you. Because they infested the rats. The poor rat, man. Do you think it's still alive? No. Yeah. Are they still alive? It's hard to say, right? Na good. So how we want to play this here? Doubtful. The rats are dead. You mean because they are not twitching, right? Sind Pilze nicht für Symbiose bekannt? Yeah, no, these mushrooms really do exist. But usually the host is still alive until the host isn't alive. Usually it can also be like, yeah, sure. It's usually not rats though. Usually infested are rather caterpillars, yeah, like this. But yeah, so yeah, it's actually pretty ugly. And ants, of course, yeah. And they actually get the ants. I mean, this is fascinating, right? Because the evolution actually made them so that they can really control the brain of the ants. So the ants walk where they want. It's really crazy stuff, like mind control stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Scary, guys. Scary. Just imagine the evolution got it's crazy, yeah? It's like it's like Rick and Morty. You press here and then then they are doing this. It's crazy. Yeah. They are just stimulating their brain. Yeah, but they also know how to stimulate it to walk into a certain direction. It's pretty crazy. No. So what's the play here? Vigilance, Eruption, Cut through Fate Defend. Block 16, take 2. Maybe we get something from the Katsuru Fate, who knows? Do we need to decide beforehand? Yeah, we would need to decide beforehand. We do it anyways. No, wait, what? Ah ja, genau. Ja, also honestly, no clue. Also wahrscheinlich sowas halt. No idea. Maybe that was wrong. If it was wrong, we need to use the panic potion. This is how I play. This is how I play. Okay. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah, maybe I should really get reasonable again. I'm just spewing a little bit because we have Dreamcatch, but that's not reason enough to spew. So, not good. Yeah. I mean, okay, this is also an elite fight, so, you know. So, mind control me into the aggro play? No, it's 3 rodents. It's perfectly okay to push a little bit pressure. So, we have 2 options here. We can either take 12. We can take one of the potions. Is the draw potion doing anything? Yeah, the draw potion is also kill. So, long story short. Long story short is this. Oh, weaken. We actually only take 7. Yeah, 7 is actually fair. No, 7 is actually suddenly very fair. Will we even weaken? Beat some sense into this fool. Not, what? Draw potion is better than Act 2? Ja, natürlich. Taking 7 is 27 is not a problem, right? 27 is 50 and 50 is easy against Guardian. Super easy. Orichalcum is ultra easy against Guardian. Draw potion is ultra hyper easy against Guardian. We have Eruption super hyper easy. Frubeum. Weakness Frubeum. Foresight Frubeum. Deceive Reality Frubeum. Yeah, not a problem. Orichalcum strikes again. And we are never vulnerable again. Also we are, but we only take half from the vulnerable. Okay. Okay, another Flurry hits the board. We could also take Simmering Fury if you want Fury over Flurry. Yeah, right. Okay, so Smith. Smith? Oh, no potion. Very nice that we didn't find a potion. Now we can use one in the Guardian fight. So what is the next act? Consecrate for equivalent 4.5. This will be the same as the Flurry once we played Flurry twice. Okay. Sash Whip is also like 5-6 stats. 5, let's make it 5, right? This is more than 5. Consecrate should be better. It's a better solution. It's probably a better solution. Yeah. Yeah, we are more afraid about the AoEs in the next act still. I think that's just very formidable upgrade. Yeah. Sure, no. I think so. It will be good for a while. Aha. 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 Echt? But block potion time. Oh, I don't know. Only remove defense. Ja, if only, ja, genau. Die infamous, ja, genau. Okay, so, what's like your relic party? The relic party is also not really clean, right? The relic party. There is no real relic party. Nee, okay. Also, you want to use a potion or what? The block potion even. And you're certain that the block potion is better utilization than draw potion. What is in the next act? What is better? Ah, block potion loses value because Orichalcum, you say, right? You're saying if we kill one, then Orichalcum is basically... We can never use the block potion. Because we have Orichalcum, then we just use Orichalcum. Yeah, no. I can see that. So either we have block 10, then we usually do not even want to use the block potion. And otherwise, if we have weakness, we also use the Orichalcum and not the block potion. Yeah. And if we draw 6 and we only play a text, we also are okay with the Orichalcum. Yeah. Yeah, okay. And in the worst case, we also saved some HP into the next act. Like 6, 7 HP equivalent into the next act is also not bad. It also opens ourselves up more strategical options here. And we might even find a potion, yeah. And if you get 4 energy, it's also better to have the draw potion, I guess. Yeah. Draw is getting better later in the run. Yeah, later, but that's much later. I think I would use the block potion because it's full value now and we usually do not receive full value. I mean, that being said, it's not really true because the draw potion also has full value now. By basically preventing him to attack us for 36, right? So, I mean, there are arguments for both. But, yeah. Yeah. This. Block potion! Blocked like it would be nothing. You just got pawned. Yeah. So I would not like to activate him. I would like to go into eruption, wait. And then we are vulnerable, but we are not vulnerable. Ha! Ha! Oh. Aha. Yeah, still. We are less vulnerable. We are less vulnerable. So das. Now we can even scry this away, not bad. So he is attacking for 12. Oh. I mean, I kept Fear No Evil. Maybe that was stupid. Naja, whatever. Naja, it guarantees us our exit. I don't know whether that was stupid. I don't know. I mean, having guaranteed exit, how bad can that really be? So... Defend... Yeah, Eruption, Fear No Evil halt. What am I supposed to do? So... Ah ja. Okay. Orichalcum value! I mean, 2 energy into this is already blocked. But this enables eruption, I guess. Does it, however? I think so. Eruption. Of course. No. Safety. No. Safety. Attack vigilance. So, yeah. Nice. So now this guy is angry. If he could weaken, it would take 6 after. Okay, we don't have weaken. But do we still play Cuts Through Fate? If we play Cuts Through Fate, we can actually pull double block. Schon interesting, ne? We are really lacking. We are really lacking energy. We are really lacking energy, don't we? Schon crazy. Schon crazy somehow. Yeah, basically this into double defend seems relatively obvious to me. This is relatively absurd, and the reason why this is relatively absurd is because we did really manage not to get eruption against this turn, which would have been good. We did manage to also not get the weakness infliction, which also came in the early draw. We also did manage not to have DC Reality because that was in the shuffle. Overall, a very, very big garbage draw. Crazy. Crazy how bad that was. Yeah. So we continue to get farmed. Oh, komm fucking on, Mann. Du Scheißdeck, Mann. Das gibt's doch gar nicht. Das ist ja voll der Dreck. Was ist denn das denn bitte? Das ist schon eklig. Das ist ja richtig widerlich. Das ist richtig widerlich. Naja. Okay. Was? Nee. Naja, we can still just proc him next turn. Whatever. Aber schon lächerlich so. Schon lächerlich. Also schon richtig lächerlich. Okay, here we go. Ja. So. But draw potion against the tilt. Was heißt against the tilt? I guess we might need a draw potion. Or maybe it's just halt what it is. Also we need to prevent the draw potion if possible. So Flurry of Blows comes back. We could also play it, yeah, for the draw, but it doesn't make sense. What's the effect? No effect. Strike is also no effect given that we want to skim with this and such. Yeah, strike is also useless. Because we can just spend our energy into attacks anyways. It's like 5 energy in total. So we can even attack and even exit. Yeah, no. Like this. And since our entire deck consists out of attacks only, we don't even need a potion. Yeah. Am I happy about that? No. Nah, no, it's whatever, probably. Most likely it will be whatever. So Fear No Evil for exit would be good. Because we somehow want to exit. But we also want to play Deceive Reality. That would be good. Exit and Deceive would be both good. So let's assume we would do this, right? To actually pull into exit. The worst thing is we draw strike. Yeah. No problem. Oh, okay. So 16, which basically means... Yeah, perfect. Sash Repair, No Evil, Deceive Reality. Oh, awesome. Oh, super clean. Omega clean. Now strike away. Strike on! We don't! Okay. This attack would be in line. Not a good one. We could trade 1 against 6, I don't want that. Because we pretty much always proc later. So I do not see any necessity in dealing extra damage. As in taking extra damage. Yeah, simply not interested. Thanks, but no thanks. Oh. Really just wanting to draw a block, that's about it. So this is clear. One safety is must, so not 16. This is musk. Musk. Musk play. It's a musk play, guys. Okay. So... Yeah, no, that's cool. Like this? No, wait. Wait, why is Eruption on the bottom? Oh my god. So now, can we deal 60 next turn? Hey, I mean this stupid... Hey, what? What? I'm about to get cancelled? For the Musk play? Or for the bad pun? Or because Twitch is part of... I mean, like, what? There are so many ways to get cancelled nowadays. It's really horrifying, guys. I'm really sitting in my home and like, oh, please, no cancel. Okay. So, okay. What is this? What is that? It's so bad, guys. 21. It's so sad. I mean, I just like this, aber ich weiß gar nicht. The thing is, we cannot even pull away Eruption. It's so sad, you know. I would really love to have pull away Eruption. Okay. So this is 9. This is 1730 for 43. Yeah, we cannot deal the damage, we cannot draw the damage. So that would basically mean... What can erupt and block? You want to erupt and block. Yeah, sure. Why not, right? Makes a lot of sense. Easy. Can it be that easy, guys? Oh, there it is. What is there? The scroll or what? On top of our 6 draw, 10 draw. Now we can draw 6 plus 5 plus 10. Prubeum. No, full synergy right there. Yeah, okay, guys, see you after the break, man. This is actually a difficult one, by the way. That's very difficult here. These 3 here. Oh my god. Okay, let's start with Sneko. -1. I don't know. -2, -2.5, -3.5, -4. -3. Yeah, horrifyingly bad Sneko. Let's not take that. Astrolabe and Coffee Dripper. Astrolabe. We have a double defend labe, which is also fair because we also have Deceive Reality. And we can labe 1 strikes on top of that. If we labe 1 strike, that's bad for bites though. Right? Because then we can suddenly not take bites any longer. I'm not saying that we do take the bites guaranteed. But we do. And then we would have the Coffee Dripper. And the Coffee Dripper is, we have the Dreamcatcher already. And if you take the Coffee Dripper, the Dreamcatcher becomes useless. Now the Dreamcatcher has a small synergy with the question card. So card rewards are slightly more value. Might be nearly 100 gold value for a rest. Like for a card choice, I mean it's nearly 100. And upgrade is also 100. Probably a little bit more, but not much more. So, yeah. The Astrolabe is probably around 450 in our case. Maybe 500. The Coffee Dripper's energy is 700 minus whatever downside. What people saying Dreamcatcher is irrelevant. Yeah, if you win, the Dreamcatcher is irrelevant, and if you don't win, then the Dreamcatcher is relevant. Or it's those people who say the Dreamcatcher is irrelevant are those who actually have always automatic whatever. You know. Nah, it's the same people who argue that you should not take Blasphemy because it hurts your infinite. And what about until you are infinite? Yeah, es ist halt always the same. Es ist... Nee, also Dreamcatcher is absolutely relevant if you are about to lose the run. And if you are not about to lose the run, good for you. Then we proceed to win the run. I also have to tell you that the extra energy with the Recalcum is weird because sometimes you don't even want to play a defend. Sometimes you just want to only play attacks. It's okay. Also I'm currently thinking about the Astrolabe here, honestly. I'm currently somehow on the Astrolabe train. But let's see what you concluded. Oh, tasty tea right here. We will not take any Ragnaroks any longer. We already have double flurry and not that much energy. Ragnarok is only if you have too much energy or Sneko. And now that Sneko is gone, we certainly do not pick the Ragnarok. Not even talk to the hand. Astrolabe 3 defense. You want to Astrolabe the defense plus? No, I don't think so. What? You're on the Astrolabe, but how set is scroll with 3 energy? Just wait until you receive the collection plus. Collection plus? You know, the collection. I don't know. Hey, my eyes are burning. I just went to the kitchen and my wife is cooking something with a lot of onions. And my eyes are freaking burning now. I was just like 5 minutes and these are super aggressive onions, man. Oh. And she was cooking there and she was also crying. And she was like, oh, these onions are super aggressive. And I'm like, yeah, right. And now I'm sitting here and my eyes are freaking, I'm in tears. Hey, what the hell? Naja. Onions are more aggressive than the knob. Yeah. So, nah, good. About the energy, yeah. Consecrate does not need. Consecrate is actually really good with no energy. Flurry of blows are really good with no energy. Yeah, so I'm not even sure. Are we that energy heavy? Yeah, scroll. Scroll is, of course. Hey, I really need to pay attention to my finger, man. I mean, the skip button is so close, man. If I press the skip button, it's over, man. I pressed the skip button once and I'm like so done, man. Okay. So, okay. Almost. Nearly, man. Because it's also like, I mean, this is not quality of life. Or do you want to have the coffee dripper? I mean, also to put things into perspective, we have sustain here. Now, what you are saying is, let's kill our sustain while not having any sustain. Do you really want to kill our sustain while not having any sustain? Surely fun, yeah. No, it's not about fun. It's about being strong, but this makes us stronger. Yeah. Yep. And if we do not need to use the coffee dripper, the better it is. I mean, then we upgrade, right? This is not the problem, right? Now, yeah, look, if we wouldn't have the Dreamcatcher, I could see it, okay? I could see it. But, I mean, seriously, right? I mean, then we have the coffee dripper on 500, Asteroid on 500, fine, we take the coffee dripper. But with the freaking Dreamcatcher, I mean, yeah, let's -1 relic us for no reason. Yeah, no. Here about the defend here. Something in me tells me that I should not remove defend plus. Yeah, because it's stupid to do so. Awesome. What was that? Is that like really a windmill strike? 10 years later. And this is the garbage of the nation. Holy crap, is that bad. And Wallop on 3 energy is also so freaking bad. It's disgusting. Leaves the worship. Really? Can I have my strike back? What? Wallop can become good though? Yeah, just wait for the Necronomicon, right? Just wait for the Necronomicon. So, shop, we could go to the early shop if you want that. We are in for a ride? Really, we are, right? I don't even know what that is. I keep that probably. We can, in long boss fights, we can worship into worship. Yeah, then we get our energy back, nearly, and go into divinity as well. Windmill Strike can become good too. Yeah, I killed Kenny spotting the lines. But that is exactly what I was telling you. Naya, I already pointed out the combo. Windmill Strike, Worship, Divinity Mantra. The Astrolabe actually gave us the combo. Windmill Strike, wait 10 turns, Worship into Worship. And we probably also need that time, because we need to draw Worship twice. So 4 turns until we have the first Worship. Then another 3 turns, and then we go Worship after 7. And then Windmill Strike is 435, 100. After 7 turns. One Windmill Strike is a worse sense of time, a way worse sense of time. Windmill Strike is super bad. Yeah. Okay. We have Dreamcatch amplifies fires. Okay. So the more fires, the more amplification of value. These fires are 1 each path. You see that? Then there are specifically more fires on the left side. That makes a lot of sense to me, because we can take the elite and maybe then just double rest. You see that, right? It's pretty clear. So... yeah, I would think so. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That looks okay. We could also do this. Not exactly sure where the journey is going. There's no shop on the left side. We can never do the left side. We need some shop. So, yeah, I don't know. No matter what it is, we always start here, right? We always start here, we end up here, and then we can decide. Yeah, I think so. Okay. Ah, now we just need, like, water. Yeah, we also pick Calm Overlay. We have Calm Overlay and no exit. Calm Overlay, no exit speaks heavily for, like, water. Or Recalcum as well. Corrupted is worth more than the card pick. Yeah, but you also, by clicking the rest button, you also heal. If you want that. So, yeah. So how do we do it? 3 energy would be full block with defend, deceive reality, and the thing. 24 block. Alternate line would be consecrate, deceive as 16 block basically. 16 block and fear no evil would be the alternate line. Yeah. I would not mind the Gambler's Brew. I don't know. I mean, I would not mind the Gambler's Brew at some point in this fight. Not sure whether we want to use it now or not. Yeah, Fear No Evil is banking energy for the kill. Exactly. Yeah. So you want to have the energy, and it's not only energy for the kill, but it's also damage as well. Yeah. So I could see that, yeah. That would mean 16 block, we take 6. What, Fear Deceive Safety? Yeah, genau. That's what I'm saying, and then we take 6. Unless the block is... yeah, then we take 6, genau. Yeah, that's the cleanest line if you're prepared to take 6. So I do hear that you're prepared to take 6. Yeah, sure. We can do that. Between safety or defend? No, it should always be safety. So you're saying taking 6 is okay because 2 energy, yeah? Yeah, okay. We can do it. Yep. I would like to use my Gambler's Brew, Joker. My Gambler's Brew wildcard, please. I would like to use my Gambler's Brew wildcard for all 6, please. Yep. Sounds like a plan. We got a winner. This is the freaking best Gambler's Brew ever. I mean, there are some better ones, but no, that's kind of a big winner here. That's not only a small winner. This Gambler's Brew is a big winner. You would keep Strike Plus and then miss on the Eruption or what? I mean, it's bad enough that I just missed on the Eruption by shuffling 6. No, keeping Strike Plus is a big mistake. Big time. You have to go this or this. Preferably with this. And we didn't even get it like this. You have Eruption Wallop. It's huge. And our deck is way better than Strike Plus. It's way better. Strike Plus is by far like the bottom. We have no kill. Oh. Wow. Oh, super sad. Ihr wollt Wallop Defend oder was? Das ist Verarsche hier oder was? Ne, echt jetzt? Okay, that's ridiculous. And we would like to Sash mitigates 3. We definitely play defend. Lethal on the left one. Yeah, I wish. But the wishes do not always come true. Nee, we don't have lethal on the left one. We have Wallop, defend, that's it. Wallop, defend, flurry. And I'm currently thinking that we should target the right one now. Swapping the targets. Why? Because we have guaranteed kill next turn. And whereas we can mitigate the attack of this guy, we cannot mitigate the attack of this guy. So 46 means 8, 20, 26. And this is 26, which is perfect. Perfect. Couldn't be better. So, yeah. So far, so good. Yeah. They both leaving our... No. They both leave our hospitality, guys. Can you believe that? Can you believe that they both leave our hospitality? Were we not friendly or what? Rude, right? Very rude. I also don't know what to say. Oh. I would have really liked this Consecrate. Yeah, just keep it this way or what? Probably. Stolen the gold back! Stolen back! Blessing of the Forge. Bum, 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 bum! A potion where we just used one. Oh, Protect comes upgraded. Ooh. Upgraded cards. I'm a sucker for upgraded cards. Did you know? More 2 energy cards, please. Us staying on 3 energy. I love it. I mean, the problem is that I know that the Watcher doesn't have energy cheat. What, never Protect? You hate Protect so much? Yeah, but this Protect is like a deceive reality. So maybe we should make an exception there. The Watcher can actually cheat energy with Collect, but that's not a very good way unless it's upgraded. Watcher's energy cheat is Divinity. That's perfect, because I mean, you mean energy cheat in like... Pharaoh makes a good point. Watcher's energy cheat is Divinity. In like, we pay 4 energy and gain 3 energy back. That sounds like a life insurance to me. You pay 100k in, you get 80k once you didn't die. Also, inflationary adjusted, of course. I mean, in fact, you gain 120k back, but the 120 will only be worth 80. Okay, so kind of how insurances work, right? They do not insure you for free and give you free money on top of that. I know, right? I know. Shocking. A shocking revelation. Oh, man. Alright, guys. Okay, look. How I see the situation is that we are currently sucked into Divinity. How so? By having this upgraded Worship Plus. Now, I'm thinking, you know, if we could manage to, for example, put and pick 2 times the praying thing, right? The praying thing for 0 energy. Prostrate, no? 1 time upgraded, 1 time non-upgraded, okay? Now we draw through our deck, and now we play these 0 energy cards. These prostrate minus, prostrate plus, for 5 mantra. We can do that in coordination with a maybe upgraded scroll. So we skim through our entire deck, we play these 2 prostrates, because they are always free, so we can always play them and deploy them, okay? And now we wait for the best turn to deal a lot of damage. And that is the turn where we finally do release our worship. Going into Divinity, bursting our enemies down, we win. Yeah, let's do that. First, there's a 1 drawback, which is stopping Orichalcum. We will always stop Orichalcum. We have currently 1 eruption source in our deck. And here's basically also a very good example of what we talked about earlier. So some people might take a look into our deck and would say, oh, this deck is very crappy. Why? Because it does only have 1 eruption source, so you usually do not see the eruption source immediately. And now we are like, yeah. But because we are clever and not dumb, we can actually play around that. We can block in until we actually happen to erupt. Or we can pick either eruption and other wrath sources if they stop by. There are many, by the way. People who trash talk a lot of wrath sources, it does make sense because there are so many. If you need wrath, you will probably see wrath. It does not need to be tantrum every time. It can also be an infuriating fury, whatever, crescendo, just to name a few. The fascinating thing is that if you only have 1 wrath source, right? If you didn't find maybe tantrum or whatever, right? You can then suddenly deviate into Divinity, because if you do not have too much eruption, Divinity is definitely a good option to go for. Yeah, it's absolutely possible. And this is so cool, you know? It's like, if you are open-minded, you can really go all kind of direction to make it happen. The beauty of the Watcher, ladies and gents. So, the protect thing. Yeah, I'll take that. It's upgraded, right? I mean, how bad can an upgrade protect be? Very bad if you don't have enough energy. But that being said, it's a single card solution for a lot of block. 2 energy, 16. Is Protect Plus better or a worse Deceive Reality? Different, just different, right? It's just different. Establishment? Yeah, I would also open Establishment for the Windmill Strike, Deceive Reality. I'm not saying this the Establishment will be good, but Antibody sucks. It's horrible. In our case, yeah. Because we also have Orichalcum and such. The fact that it retains makes it more flexible. But you can also not split it, right? If you would need to have like a little bit of block, you could play Deceive Reality. And you have also a better safety is of course a better retain than protect. Yeah. But yeah. So I think I let myself getting baited by the green somehow. Simply because I mean it's if you say it's slightly better than this, it's certainly better than these. And it's probably on the same level of this. So yeah. Isn't Deceive Rate nearly always better, or how so? Huh? 2 energy state non-upgraded. Yeah, but we are not comparing the non-upgraded one. We are comparing upgraded with we are currently facing the option to take it upgraded. Or what's the deal? So okay. It would also fit the narrative of we stall until. It also fits the narrative of we stall until. Yeah, just saying. You only hesitate on Protect Plus because of 3 energy. No, I can hear you. But that being said, we also have 0 energy blows, 0 energy Consecrate. Very important also if you want to stall. Consecrate Plus on a lot of remnants, we can stall. Yeah. No, I think it's very similar with the Deceive Reality, which actually tells you how much Protect sucks, right? If you need to upgrade a card in order to have it as good as Deceive Reality, but yeah, now we are being faced by being able to take it. And so the question, okay, for those who wonder about the Protect, if you don't want to be biased, would you take a Deceive Reality? That's basically the question we are facing here. I think so. I think so. It's also less cards against Time Eater and Hard, by the way. So it has downsides and upsides. You would take it, but not if you had the other one in the deck. Again, we can deal damage with 0 energy cards, right? So remove 1 attack. Somehow we have an energy bottleneck. How do we deal with the energy bottleneck, guys? We get just lucky. Yeah, schon. Ah, I see. We just pick more Flurry of Blows. Oh, and Weaves. We just take... no, easy. We just pick any Flurry, any Weave, and we are there. Easy. Yeah, super trivial, man. That's it. That's the solution. We just pick... No, that's the solution. We said, what? Get some coffee. You mean the coffee dripper, right? Yeah. I low effort here. Okay. Was ist denn mit der Session? Die Session ist halt nicht so. Hey, man, Session. Aber ist schon okay. Nee, ist okay. Können wir machen. We just pick any Flurry of Blows, any Weave. Ja. Any Flurry of Blows, any Weave is ours. Yeah. Any upgraded card is ours. Just like the upgrade sowieso. No. Okay, heal 14 is really weird with the coffee dripper. So let's choose a card. Yeah, there is prostrate already, but there is also other. Oh, energy cheat, of course. NRP is easy energy. Also easy, also here, ne? We also have like karma energy cheat possibilities. Establishment, yeah, I don't know about establishment. Okay. Flurry, Prostrate, or Inner Peace. These are the options here. No, not the Simmering Fury. No. We can take Prostrate, we can take Inner Peace. You like Inner Peace? Inner Peace is super sick. Inner Peace is either card draw, if you need the card draw in order to get Eruption or Divinity. Or, if you are not in Calm already, it gets you into Calm. Which is then trading a card against one energy, which is also very good for us. So, it's a win-win. It's not exactly a win-win because we don't have corresponding Wrath and Eruption and Exit. But here again, we get a lot of card choices and we can take any Exit and any Eruption once the Inner Peace is in our deck. Again here, right? I mean, it does not need to be good now if it's any Eruption, any Calm suddenly makes Inner Peace really good, really strong. Yeah, on top of that, Flurry of Blows, Prostrates, those are commons. We already have 2 Flurry of Blows in our deck. Might even come upgraded. We also take Weaves. Yeah. Inner is good now. Also, Inner is okay now and will be very good later. Flurry of Blows is probably... Also, Inner Peace is okay now, will be good later. Maybe even very good, depends. Flurry of Blows is... Yeah, we don't have Exit. This is decent now, as normal and good later, but not as good as Inner Peace. I would take Inner Peace over Flurry. And then there's Prostrate. Prostrate is... decent now, maybe decent, not even. maybe. But probably, nah. Ja, also decent, ja, decent now, good later. Also inner peace, ja, let's take inner peace. Genau. What do you would say? Now we need the draw. Yeah, we certainly do not need the draw, but yeah. Okay. So going to the shop seems legit. We did not even pay remove. Did we pay remove? No, probably no. When did we go to the shop and what did we do? Yeah, we bought a card. We bought the scissors and bought the potion. We should definitely take the remove for 75. Honestly, we can even remove 75 and 100. We can remove base strikes. I mean, base strikes are so sad. Right? Like, so sad. Yeah, they are so sad. And we also have the dough to even buy rare relics. So, it's... Yeah, we should really go to a shop. Or not. Just for the removes alone. And if there's good stuff in the shop, we can also buy it and then stay with 100 gold into this. Maybe not even doing that, but I don't know. You also want to go to the shop, right? You really like 2 hallways as well for potions and bar? Yeah, it was rather about the question mark here. Might find energy in the shop. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. We have potions though. So yeah, what do you want to do? You want to go here or what? Also bites. Are bites really good any longer? I'm not even sure. Apparitions? Apparitions would make sense with protect. Apparitions protect somehow works. Not even kidding. Apparitions work with protect. Apparitions work with deceive reality. Apparitions work with orichalcum. And apparitions work... work. I would take them. Works with low energy. Yeah. So sounds like apparitions just work. Yeah, I thought so, right? Apparitions just work, yeah. So okay. Yeah. They also cost real health, yeah, but so be it. I don't know. I mean, we are sitting before the shop with a lot of money. It's a pathing like what we want? Yeah, I think so. I mean, fires are freaking amazing, right? I mean, resting plus card choice is a freaking super value proposition. Yeah, it is. It is a super value proposition. You go to a fire and you get 200 gold in value handed to you. And here's the shop into elite, so we can even replenish potions into this fight. I would also love that. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, what is it? Yeah, I'm really being drawn. This is just guaranteed value. I know it's not the biggest argument, this being guaranteed value, but somehow it is, right? Yeah, somehow it is. Oh, what? No remove again, right? The meat, right? Yeah. The meat on the bone is amazing. It's like, I don't know. Is it amazing? Nah, I don't even know, man. Man. This is silly. I don't know. Is it though with Dreamcatcher? That's what I'm saying. It's not even good. Yeah, we intend to rest anyways. So suddenly it's much less good. But the waffle is still very good, right? Woff woff. Woff woff says the dog 20 HP, heal 21. 21 HP is like 100 gold. Plus the 7 max HP is probably 70 gold. So this break even. But I guess if you want to rest more often, this is better than break even. Yeah, pretty certain it's better than break even. We can also remove strike. If we do this, we basically have 250, we basically have 80, and then we have enough for exactly one remove here. Yeah, would make a lot of sense. The meat on the bone itself, yeah, 286 would make sense if we heal 60. Which we might, but it also goes against the dream catch value then, right? Which is silly. Yeah, it's silly. We probably need to have 8 fights where you use it. It doesn't make sense. You always love meat, but it does value drop with the Dreamcatcher. Massive, yeah. Massive value drop, sure. Yeah. Okay. So what, half the max HP isn't very good? No, it's very good. Isn't boots never an option? No. The payout of the nodes are very much the same, nearly. We already chose the good path. Don't we want crescendo? No. Let's do the waffle and the remove. And then let's do another remove. Strike sucks so hard, it's crazy. Also, also upgrade? Nah, but now 30% potion drop, right? And this fight isn't a problem. No, it shouldn't be. Perfect! Turn. Okay. That cannot be said about this turn. We have HP to spend because we want to rest. You feel we have too much garbage in the deck? That's why. I was already wondering why it's not going well, and then... No, it's clearly. Did you realize that this is always the argument, and then we are still winning all our games anyway somehow? Every time? Like, literally every time? Like, every time, you know? Every time we have one bad fight, it's always the deck. It's always the deck. You need a freaking scapegoat, right? I mean, it's like... And how does the deck feel about it? Not good. If you would be the deck, how would you feel? Bad, right? Yeah, me too. We don't usually have Windmill Strike. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. I mean, we have to be late into that. Yeah, what can I do? Okay, so, yeah, also we can what? Block 3 plus 9 is 12, we take 10. There was also something about, oh, some people were saying we want to lose HP until here. Yeah, I can assure you this will happen, because there is an elite fight coming here. So, yeah, Yeah, the upgrade potion here is pretty juicy, right? We get, yeah, what can I say? The upgrade potion is pretty juicy here. Simply because you have 30% to find a potion. And if you find a potion, we always ditch the upgrade potion. So. Yeah. So, what can we kill? Windmill Eruption is 39, yeah. Difficult to kill. You're saying 39 plus 24. Yeah. We withdraw the eruption, we also have flurries. Also, we could do it with cut through fate or what? Is cut through fate kill? Probably, right, if we get eruption. No. Let's try that. Or is it? Yeah, it's kill. Yeah. Specifically, the windmill strike just got trash talked when you remember. If you remember that! No potion, perfect potion preservation. This is how we do it. Oh man, foresight class, man. Oh, I'm getting sucked into the upgrade town, man. No. What, to be honest, it were the flurries solving. Yeah, but to be honest, you also trash talked our deck, and the flurries are part of our deck. Or are we now picking exactly the part of the deck we like, and the other part sucks? I mean, now it gets wild. Now we are in the wild, wild west. The deck sucks, but only the part I want to know. Ey, jetzt reicht's mal langsam hier. Also Worship hier. Worship is too slow, right? Worship is too slow. We could play Worship and then we go Divinity. It's not a bad idea, but... Naja. It's really not a bad idea, honestly. How bad is the idea? We wait for Worship, we play Worship, nothing happens. And then we play the second Worship. It's too slow, right? Foresight for 4 Scry. That's what we like to see, right? I mean, it's not exactly what we like to see. But, you know, if you can flurry away... It could be worse. I mean, of course it can also always be better, but, you know. So, okay. So... Ja, aber ich nehme jetzt Foresight, oder? It's bad now, but it will become better later. Or soon, or whatever. Oh, this is the ultimate test, this fight. This is the ultimate test whether our deck completely sucks. If we take HP loss in that fight. Then we know for sure. Just imagine this stalling us. In the end, they will stall us, you know. So, yeah, like the robot that you're having a stalemate. Just imagine that against the Watcher. You know that your deck sucks if they generate a stalemate against you being the Watcher. Alright. So, Vigilant Safety is there. 20. Boom! Blocked again, Fools. Oh mein Gott, hey. Hey, die gehen voll ab, Mann. Jetzt hör doch mal auf, hier 13. Warum attacken die denn jede Runde? Okay, okay. Jede Runde, Mann. Wir kriegen voll jede Runde, Mann. Voll der Attack hier. Aber wir geben doch schon alles. Okay, she also buffed everything. What? Let's kill the priest. What's the worst which could happen? Yeah. Priest, right? Are we prepared next turn? I don't think so. What is this? One of the few times killing the priest makes sense. Yeah, I mean the knight hits you next turn for 11 times 3. Auf Wiedersehen. 11 times 3. Yeah, no, I don't like it. Are we getting frailed as well? We'll probably also get frailed as well. It's probably pretty sad. What the windmill strike will end the fight eventually. Yes. You do not see a kill here. No, we have the kill for sure, but... Oh. Also for next turn. I mean, our relics are also not like combat relics, I have to say. I mean, we can do a questionnaire, but it won't help against them. This is in between. This is not very good. This is really not very good. Okay, this was negative. And we also don't waffle them, right? Okay. Oh. Naja, okay. Also, if we want to stance, we have 5 energy, right? And so, which basically means we could block 8 out of 13. If we kill the priest now, what would that be? 17 plus 9, also quasi 34 plus 9. We could do that, right? So, we could actually lethal the priest. We could even play the windmill strike in between. Windmill strike on the knight for 20. The knight is shielding this guy, not himself. But I don't even know if the cleric is dead. Does he shield himself? Interesting. But yeah. So we flurry for 8. He does? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I thought so. Also 8. 8, 13, 21, 42 and plus 9. So we can kill this guy, we can windmill strike this even. So he has like 51 plus his block. 51 plus the block usually means we cannot kill. Now there will be an attack coming in from this Centurion. The Centurion will attack us for 11 times 3. We can weaken him to 8 times 3 and protect. Taking 8 damage in the process. Taking 8 damage. Yeah. Yeah, 8 damage is not very cool for us, no? And we are not even guaranteed to do that. So yeah, let's not do that. No, let's not do that. Yeah, schon sad. So, what can we kill the knight if we take 13? We could kill the knight if we take 26, yeah, but I also don't have any interest in that. So, probably just Eruption, Strike, Fear No Evil, Defend. Oh. Basically assuring that she needs to heal the Centurion. We can block the Centurion. We will also be fine. I don't have that many concerns. Honestly. Only 20 because of the Orichalcum. Yeah. Actually only 20. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I could have played 20 more damage with the Windmill Strike. Yeah. I could have played dealt 20 more damage. Yeah, but I didn't really want that. Okay. So... Hmm. I played a foresight scroller or sowas. Yeah, super nice, oder? I mean, now we got auto retain to our hand. I like it. Yeah, we are really outplaying these fools. 6 plus 12, I mean, that's also perfect. Oh. Yeah, now we could also kill the cleric. More. 50 already, guys. And only one direction train. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh. Aha. Oh, the sustain train. Oh, not wave, man. Nein. Oh, pray plus, man. Hey, oh. Well, Kamehameha. Yeah, we are so Kamehameha-ing here. It's unbelievable. The mantra going to 9. Hey, man. Hey. The wave is not effective, right? Because we already have a weakness infliction. Oh, actually, wave plus Orichalcum. Oh, actually, wave plus Orichalcum is quite neat. Man, if we pick the wave now, I would need to admit that the Seship is complete trash in our deck. Naja, but we can carry it. It was also not expected to find wave plus, so there's that. How hard is it to find a prostrate? Yeah, right. But there are, truth to be told, I don't mind the wave of the hand. I mean, what means don't mind? I am actually super happy. Wave of the hand is ultra synergetic with Orichalcum. Out of 2 reasons. First of all, you gain the weakness infliction guaranteed, number 1. Number 2, if they are weakened, you do not, you have way less urgency to block in. And number 3, it even synergizes with our sustain. Because we can actually take chip damage as long as it is weakened chip damage. In order to then just dream catch ourselves up again. So not a problem. I think that's really potent. Yeah, really potent. Also the upgrade is so sick. We definitely go into the fight, right? Oh. This is just so great. You see it, right? You see it as well. Windmill strike at the starting can! Yeah, you see it as well, right? Whew, foresight. Okay, currently we are not having the calm energy for the... So, we could take 8. For that we deploy foresight. For that we deploy foresight and keep protect. No, that would be that. Not exactly sure. The foresight deploy for 8. Yeah, easy, right? And deal 9 damage more as well. Yeah, sure. And the eruption stays or not? Yeah, certainly, right. I mean, there are so many iterations where we just gain energy cheat because of it. Yeah, okay. Ease? Yeah, pretty easy, yeah. Also recalcum value. Yeah, very easy. What did you say? You would like to go here and resting for the value or what? Really? Yeah, because the card choice is how much? Usually 75 gold. With the questionnaire is like 95 gold. And the upgrade is maybe 130 on the scroll one time. But yeah, I would also think it's just good, right? I mean, it looks very good, yeah. Okay, that's a clear flurry of blows giveaway. Into hopefully drawing calm, right? I mean, we can gamble on that because it's so good. Sure. Now this is moiety. You would only rest if you have missing health. No, that's clear. Yeah, that's self-explanatory. Yeah, explanatory. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, also inner peace eruption, we still have 3 energy, wave of 10 vigilance. So. Take 7. More. No other lines available. No. No other lines available? I would think so. I mean, it's pretty good, honestly. It's pretty good. Then we take 6, 18, we have protect. It looks like a very clean line. In the worst case, we can use the draw potion. Draw potion is probably worse than... Yeah, I mean, obviously. Obviously, the draw potion is worse than regeneration potion, right? I mean, everybody sees that. So... this would be 2 weakness, basically. Yeah, that's fair. Like this. And physically not so bad. Ah, now we have weakness even in the future, so it was not in vain. You see that? In the end, it actually does prevail. So, this extra weakness, right? We take it. Of course we do. The 8 damage we also, of course, take. If we do this, we have 8 cards. Yeah, like this, yeah. Yeah, Sash Whip. Yeah. Also protect, consecrate is possible. Then we have protect again and also wallop whatever, yeah. It makes no sense to deploy the other foresight. Fear no evil is whatever. Yeah, if you don't want to take damage every turn, we better play this. Oh, next Windmill Strike is actually lethal with Eruption. Oh, I like that. That is so clean. Clean. Okay, so 25 and we have 3 energy. We could block with 3 energy. 2 energy is 12 block. 2 energy is better block. So, what I'm saying is, it's a very clean block, right? This is 24 block, it's super clean. And the Windmill Strike is lethal now? What? It's incredible we make all these cards. We have such a hard time working deck seamlessly. Thanks, man. Okay, so... I just hope we succeed at doing so. Okay, so... Yeah, also here, 3 energy, seamlessly. Yeah, it's schon tough, but no. I mean, I take it as a compliment, absolutely, yeah. Also, sure. Hier, aber mal jetzt hier, also Windmill Strike ist like later 69. Okay. We can deal 12 damage instead of blocking 16. Or even doing this, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know. Oh yeah, we also collected a lot of wounds. Yeah. You know what I'm saying, right? I mean, the next attack is how big? Usually 42 damage. So 42 is a little bit ugly, but we can always use this 5th potion against that. So the question is, do we play Wall of Defend to at least deal 12 damage so that Eruption is always lethal? We would trade 12 damage. And if we get Eruption and Exit is of course massive, right? Because then we can immediately bam. Yeah. Honestly, I don't know. I don't see it, to be honest. It feels to me that keeping all is fishy. Yeah. Keeping these would mean at least we can block in full this turn. Next turn we have 69 plus we need to deal 28. Do we deal 28 with 2 energy? Yeah, very often we do, yes. So we are lacking 2 energy, but with the Windmill Strike we want to go Eruption anyways. So maybe I just stick to my first intuition. This is just like an intuitive play. Eruption. Can I have my Wallop back? Naja. So, uiuiui. Oh my god. Naja, also it's clear that we have to do it. Ja. Okay. Naja, sagen wir mal hier. Also sagen wir mal hier, es sind 17 Freunde. Sagen wir mal so. Also nicht genug Freunde haben wir. Wir haben nicht genug Freunde. 93, we are short 3, Mann. Ja. What do we need to rest with that regeneration potion? You mean whether we can upgrade next rest place? No, we just rest. Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we just rest? No reason not to. We can keep all our potions. We can rest. We can go here. See how much we lose. If we lose not enough, then we rest again. Or use the potion in this fight even. Not a problem. We don't mind the card choice, exactly. Any Flurry is great. Any Weave is sick. Any Prey. Whatever. Yeah. There are so many. Fish for a draw potion. Yeah, but why? We only lose 19 here. Do you really want to? I mean, if your rest is 22, also you're saying we don't overheal, but it would leave the. I mean, I don't even know. I mean, these are not even that bad. You're saying maybe Swift is bad. Yeah, no, you're right. Maybe Swift is simply bad. I do not know. There are sometimes really ugly hands where we would not mind to have a Swift potion, specifically against stuff like Slavers. Yeah. Okay, the way I see it, we have 2 options. The one option is to take 19. The other option is to block 8. This is weird. We probably just take the 19. Because there are simply wounds in the deck and sometimes we break, I don't want to break. I do not really mind to take 19. I mean, we rest for 22 or something, so we are at 53 HP. Is that not an ideal life total to go into the next fight? To then be able to decide whether we want to regen or not? And if we take a flawless fight, which I don't believe. But if it's Slavers, we use the regen potion. If it's not Slavers, we can choose. We can always then rest up to max HP again. It's okay. It's okay. And we have to do it because otherwise we get slaughtered. Yeah, the trash talk Windmill Strike. Bam! Recalco! The green steel! What? You can draw potion if you break. Break? Yeah, but we cannot really break. I could have blocked 2 more because we also have the dude, but I don't know. Ooh. Oh, what? Before the shop, really? I mean, guys, you did not want to deal not deal 18, right? I mean, we deal 18 for 2 HP. It's really hard to go wrong there. 2 HP for 18, and even with this cry, we might break if we keep the 18. Yeah. Oh, the old coin of the ages. Is it meditate our first end turn effect? It's very important whether it's the first one. Yeah, but it's the first one. We can take it. It might also be pull eruption. Also can pull maybe divinity and such. Not bad. I mean, yeah. Now we will super establish. I see what you're saying. Whoa, Tel Aviv. Here we go, oder? Weave is weave. Weave is weave, man. Barbeum, Barbeum. No brainer. No brainer. No brainer. And the life HP total is on top of that for free. Huh. Huh. Oh, Matryoshka. Oh! Matryoshka directly before the chest option. What talk to the hand? There would be the prostrate. Yeah, but not for money, right? You vote for Nunchak. Nunchak over the Matryoshka. Ooh. Hurt. What Abacus with his cry? Is there some shop somewhere? No. Remove on strike. These base strikes does suck, and the base strike doesn't suck a little bit. The base strike does suck a lot. Yeah, like a lot. So what else? What is Abacus good here? Yeah, no. I think we need the front load, right? You like finesse? It's very bad, right? With your recalcum, right? Probably. So prostrates we probably assume that we receive anyway. So what? Yeah. Also I'm not paying for the non-upgraded prostrate now. Not for the first one, anyways. Oh, boom! A chest of gold. Slavers metallicized. Fortunately, we kept both our potions. We are also less prone to be vulnerable. Do we just get nunchucks? Nice. Nunchucks is the energy we need, really. It will give us a lot of energy. I like it. And with the weave, we suddenly have a reason to, you know. You thought we missed the key, yeah. Yeah, because I was too excited about the ink bottle, right? So what, the draw relic? No, we didn't need the draw relic, but yeah. This fight is hard. Oh yeah, yeah. What, let's regenerate, you say? Regeneration potion you want to pull. It's a draw potion, right? What, you can see killing middle first reasonable? No. You usually kill the right one first. Or why is it specifically reasonable for us to kill the middle one? Not really. You mean because of the shroom? The shroom is... It's more about the net, right? You don't want to get netted. So yeah, I mean the freaking draw potion. I mean that's a fight for the draw potion. I mean if you do not do the potion here, it's I mean that's a freaking draw potion of the gods right there. And let's use that please. Also, yeah, no, let's use that please. Well, that's a really bad draw, by the way, for those who wonder. Really bad. Yeah, crazily bad, crazy sad, super bad draw. Yeah, omega bad. Poor. Yeah, so yeah, we need a cut through. We need to cut through. Isn't das jetzt here? We can sash whip first. I don't really know what card we could play. Also, the thing is, sash whip first doesn't make sense if we why? Yeah, in case we see the weave. But yeah, I also don't know. I guess if we see nothing weave, we might even pull weave. Whatever. There's no card we play guaranteed or what? No. So the session first is horrible if you get eruption. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I just play the scissors, yeah. What good time for regeneration potion? No, it's not good, right? Unless you think we die in this fight, because it's kind of a fast fight. And the plan is actually to rest here, or at least have the option to rest here. Then either go here for the question marks, for the juicy question marks instead of monster. Late game question marks instead of monster. For apparition, arena and such. And the book, like 21 HP book, maybe also the gold, the knowing skull. And then rest again. And then having the heal potion here. Or versatility wise, we can also go here, rest again, and then go here, keeping the potion. Utilizing the potion here is actually very bad. Not great. So, yeah. I mean, OMG, man. Also, we could take Talk to the Hand to weaken the Fools. This is so horrible. But actually, it's true, right? We just do that. Hey, on 3 energy, it's like such a... what is in our deck, man? Yeah, the good cards. Next turn. Flurry of Blows, Eruption, Consecrate. So, this turn... Wave of the Hand. Yeah. And then meditate something. So that we are in calm, so that we have extra energy for the eruption. Yeah, I mean, unless we can kill him, which we cannot, the Wave of the Hand makes massive sense. We can Fear No Evil as well. What do you mean Fear No Evil? Instead of meditate? Yeah. That's probably better, right? Yeah. Oh, any exit would also be massively good for us. We would also take any exit. We have so many card choices which are simply insanely good for us. It also gives us Flurry of Blows. Which gives us Nunchuck and Ink Bottle. Orichalcum strikes once again. And now we were wondering about the Regen Potion, right? Oh! 14, 10, 24, 18 damage, 35. I think we go to 35 and then we pawn these fools. Like next time we pawn these fools. Is it depending on the hand whether we pawn these fools? Well, I mean, they are still weakened next turn. So, yeah, sure, certainly it depends on the hand. But there's also Eruption, Scroll, Consecrate, Flurry of Blows, Weave, Ink Bottle, Talk to the... It's hard to go wrong. They are still weakened. We can stall the middle one for healing. Yeah, no, usually that's also difficult to have this fight stalling. That's the thing, right? We also have Consecrate. This is not weakened, so the Eruption Consecrate... I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, it's but potion drop is huge. The potion drop is completely irrelevant. There's an open potion slot. We also keep our protect. I don't even see the problem. We have protect in the dude. We even can like meditate back. We have foresight available to scry away the wounds, and we also have weave, which comes back every turn at some point. I think, also, we are not going way lower than 35. I mean, once one is dead, we even have a recalcum protection, so... And weakness. I mean, yeah. No. Okay. Now we pawn these fools. Right? Right. But come on, consecrate. Come on, consecrate. We have a guaranteed consecrate or what? Kind of. No? Yes. If we could somehow make it happen that we draw 7, that would be ideal though. Six is fine. Yeah, we also draw 1 with the ink bottle. How do we do it? How do we do it? Maybe it doesn't matter about the flurries in the dude. Maybe just play them. What protected thing? Protect might be a thing so that we go into the shuffle before this happens and that we have the weave in the shuffle. Actually, weave in the shuffle is the only important thing. Anything else I don't care, honestly. So, if we play... What we do? Where, which screen am I? What is currently happening? Okay, nothing. Good. Alright. So what? We shuffle because of the ink bottle? Yeah, no, it's rather about playing 2 cards here. So... so you mean if we scroll, or what do you mean? If we scroll, do we shuffle or what? I don't even know. So that the 1 extra card is going into nothing. That's what you're saying, right? Yeah, honestly, I have no clue. We can try it out. No. Okay. That's good to know. Yeah, absolutely. So I kind of already guessed something that along those lines, but yeah, no, it's absolutely good to know. Yeah, okay, we pawn this fool here. 1834. And then nearly kill or something. Yeah, but I don't kill. Not really, it's like on 1, but okay. So if this guy's on 1, it kind of is. I mean, we don't have any attacks in our hand. Inner piece. Noch ein paar Attacks hier. 15. Ja, perfekt, oder? Jetzt machen wir sowas. Ja, super perfekt. Ja, super. Na, super! Tor! The Wall of Steel! Ja, super. Font them hard. Scry 4 halt, ne? So, oder was? Protect the 16. Could do this. No, actually, so, yeah. Ja, so, oder? 16. This would play protect. And draw cards, and then we have a scheme of 4. The alternate would be to play it safe. Safe would be this. Also good. Also, this. Yeah, that's the best. How much is the attack? 9. Like this. So, consecrate. Flurry. Also defend. I wanted to play defend foresight, you know. It's really whatever. They are donezo's now. I mean, he definitely keeps us busy. So, oder was? Ist da noch Card-Draw im Deck? Nö. Oh mein Gott. Little by little. Little by little, guys. The Windmill Strike is also helping. Okay. So, what about the setup? Yeah, yeah, there's no setup. There is no setup, man. This fight is super annoying. I'm happy if I get out of that fight at some point. Was ist denn das hier? So halt, genau. I mean, we are trying, he's trying. We are trying, he's trying. I find it very fair. Fair and square, guys. Okay. Oh, do we already need protectors? Fossilized Helix. Exactly what we needed. Snake Oil. Draw 10 cards. Exactly what we needed. Draw 10 cards on top of the one. Oh, yeah. Okay, only garbage. How can you see 4 cards and they are all bad in our case? Any eruption, any exit? I mean, not any exit, right? But, yeah, I mean, okay. We are not taking this exit. I see the exit, but we are not taking it, do we? We are not taking the empty fist empty. Most of them are good. Yeah, most of them are also good. Just not alpha, you know. And Wave of the End is good, but we already have it. Or do you want to double down? I don't think so. These are bad, right? We don't need them right now. It's just what it is. Empty Mind, Empty Fist will also fall off. And we also get... Every rest place is also a choice, man. I mean, what are we even talking about? Every rest... Mine, it's back again. Oh, Crescendo upgraded, man. Give me that. 3 times and 3 times garbage and BOOM! BOOM! Upgraded. If this would have not been upgraded, I would have cried now. BOOM! Jawohl, ja. Yeah, here, oder? You think Alpha was playable? Yeah, in a Snecko deck. Yeah, we need to make a call between this question. I mean, the hallway. I mean, the question marks, right? It's like. Even if this is an ambush shop, it doesn't matter because we have the gold for the ambush shop. Yeah. And other than that, there are some chests available. It's okay. Arena, super. Even here, like the 2 energy plus, we can even use. We have Windmill Strike. We double time the Windmill Strike. We have Wallop. Necronomicon is also hugely positive. With the Fossilized Helix, we can easily take Apparition. So, you haven't seen the arena for the longest time. Yeah, then it's time. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, unless you tell me the fire is good, which it is. Which the fire is definitely good as well. I mean, but we have nearly max HP and potions. And I also have to tell you that this potion max HPs us into this fight in anyways. So what's the worst which can happen? We go to 10 HP, we rest and use the potion, we go to full. Like, I don't see the biggest application of this now. Maybe I'm overrating the question marks. How are question marks for us? I mean, this is a maybe potion, but we already have to. So... I don't know. It's not really useful, right? Is it? Question marks can, like, high roll much harder than this. Yeah. Even the Red Mask Bandits and all that stuff. Yeah, let's go. Hey, guys, you're not aggressive whatsoever. What is that for a freaking clan? They are like, ooh, I take you for 18. I take you as there. Ooh, I'm sneaky. I'm the smallest. But I hit the hardest. I mean, was ist das, man? Let me be. Like, what is das, man? 7 against 6 auch, oder was? Ihr wollt mich doch verscheißern. Was 7 against 6? It's 7 against 6, man. Das tiltet mich schon wieder des Todes. Okay. Ja, we take 23, oder was? Maybe we can draw one card and see what that is. Actually, we don't take 23. We take 15. Yeah, so I play Wave of the Hand every time, right? What do you mean Wave Deceive? We could Wave Double Deceive, but if we Double Deceive, also 16 block, right? 7, 14, 18, 22. It would work, but what about deploying Double Foresight? And yeah, I think having Double Foresight deployed might simply be better. I mean, Double freaking Foresight, man. If we deploy the Double Foresight, this fight is over. What isn't double overkill? What do you mean overkill? It's 2 or nothing. It's 2 or 0. Since you have that range, we can tank. It's not so much. It's only 15 for an elite fight. Are you not happy about that? Also, I'm happy. I don't know. What? You forgot about Orichalcum? The Orichalcum. The Orichalcum is doing nothing here, unfortunately. Okay, I just executed. Oh, guys. Okay. All right. Cool. It applies weak for the double foresight. Yeah. It applies a weak. That's why I played the weakness. Sure. But I mean the block from the... Yeah. Like this? Ah, you didn't understand why I wasted the energy. Now I get it. You didn't understand why I played Wave of the Hand. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense now. Absolutely. Ah, crescendo. The crescendo of the gods, guys. I mean, I don't even know. So oder was? I mean, we need the energy, right? Ah. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah. No regeneration because I plan to rest before the boss. Resting before the boss. Ja, also, ja, genau, ja. Or also not, but we can just use a regen in the boss fight, right? What's here? So, ja. What mint value? Hey, Radu! Thanks very much for your sub, man. I hope you have the party of the lifetime. I already heard some cooking with JJ. With JJ. I hope you're enjoying the time together. Trollololol. Okay. Na gut, was haben wir denn jetzt hier? Nonsens. Okay. We only get one card back anyway, so whatever. Hmm. Oh, more sustain. Oh no. Ah, you sucker. Ah. Oh, Card Roman. Hey, das ist schon irgendwie gezackt in. Also, I take this, I love Sanctity, but irgendwie. I don't know, man. Also, irgendwie. If we could get. I think I would take a Deva form now. I'm not sure, but I guess that's the one time where I would consider it at least. I don't know. Maybe a fourth energy is just better. Also here, the Deus Ex Machina is also way better for that purpose. Mm. Yeah, I take the Sanctity, yeah? Or you don't want to take the Sanctity? Sanctity is basically trade. Yeah, no way. Or what? Mm-mm. Honestly, it's not even clear. Crescendo into this is weird. Deceive reality into it is weird. Being forced into this is weird. This into this is a little bit weird. Meditate into it doesn't work. This into this is weird. This into this is weird. This into this is weird. Hey, honestly, very often we don't even want to. Actually, I skip. Worship into this is weird. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Also, that being said, in the future, it should grant us value. So, yeah, we can also meditate into it. The problem is also a little bit that attacks Sash Whip, but I don't know, whatever. Naja, you know, like, what do we end with? But yeah, no, also, I don't know. It's hard to not take it, let's say, like this. Does my deck usually end up looking the same every run? No, absolutely not. It usually looks very different. So you mean that the same 5 cards? No. We have the 0 energy attacks for the Sash Whip, that's right. And we also have 3 of them right now, right? But we also add additionals. Currently it's 3. But that might change. I'm not willing to skip good cards. Yeah. No, that fits the theme of... yeah, that's what I thought. What, that is a lot of max HP? Yeah, it is. You're arguing that it's a lot of max HP given that we have the Dreamcatcher, right? And resting is actually the same value as upgrading is. Which is literally true. Resting is the same value as upgrading is. Which basically means if you press the upgrade button, resting button is the same. The apparitions are not 40. Are they? I mean, I don't know. First time. If it would be more apparitions, it would be better. Yeah. True that. But honestly, we do have 0 block. Let's face it. Let's face it, guys. Our deck blocks 0. Just saying. Just randomly thrown into the room. 0 block. And you're telling me Apparition is not good. And the block we actually have stays in our hand until the Apparitions ran out. We have weak. Do we have really weak? So, right? And we also don't even need to play the weak. But even so, is it really that much for the end game? Not really, right? Wallop? Wallop, yeah. Talk to the hand. Talk to the hand is not. You need to set up talk to the hand. Orichalcum is also exactly the amount of block we want to have. The same goes for talk block. The same goes for any block we have. What, losing 40 max HP? No thanks. But how close to the boss are we? Very close. But I still don't get it. I mean, what about the 40 HP? Do the Apparitions not already save us that amount of HP in... Also in very quick? Yeah. For example... yeah, so like 20 block or something, for example. And then you save yourself 20, yeah? I don't know. You do that 2 times and you're basically good until you actually press the resting button. A huge cry makes the Apparitions better. Yeah, sometimes we have this cry, yeah. But we have shopping tickets with Apparitions, very good percentage of a heal. Yeah, so if anything, the shopping ticket speaks against the Apparitions, of course. But, also, naja, but yeah. Naja, also the more sustain you have, but yeah. Aren't we already blocking quite well? Or do we? It makes resting so much worse. Yeah. It's, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Apparitions also not really good against Automaton, yeah, good. Buffer also speaks against Apparitions. Against. No. No. Why would it speak against Apparitions? No. No. Okay. The Apparitions will prevent life loss every fight. That's clear, right? I mean, the Apparitions are basically 1 energy block any incoming damage attack, any amount, right? So we are currently not having that. Currently, if we want to block in, we probably need to spend 3 energy. Now that's funky because we only have 3 energy. So usually with 3 energy we can block around 20. So usually a full block would require us to spend all our energy. Now the Apparition is basically a full block for 1 energy, which leaves 2 energy open, which means with the 2 energy we can do other stuff. So yeah, that happens 3 times we might say, but it's not true because sometimes we overlay Apparitions, right? Which basically means we could probably do it 2 times per battle. So like 4 energy per battle, and there you already have kind of the value of them. With 4 Apparitions per battle, we probably in average, my guess into the blue, also 4 energy preservation, my guess into the blue would be around 15 to 20 each fight. Preservation. Yeah. There are some fights which are trivial. In those fights, we won't preserve any HP. So it basically preserves 15 to 20, 20 probably in the important fights. So, how many of these important fights will we have in X3? 3. So in these 3 fights we will probably lose 60 more if we do not have Apparition. Now, For that, we also sometimes go into a shop because we have a lot of gold, right? So let's say we go to the shop, and now with the apparitions we probably heal nothing, but otherwise we heal 15 from the meal ticket, for example. So suddenly the 60 are only 45. And then we also have the dream catch, right? I mean, the dream catch, to be fair, I mean, one fire is for the key. So maybe we can dream catch 1 or 2 times, where in those cases we rest for 12 HP more. So like 20 HP delta. So ultimately we are now talking 25. 25. Now there's something about this health potion, right? That if you say against the automaton now the apparitions are really lousy, which they are, and if you get the regeneration potion down, we will heal a lot in the automaton fight. More than we would if we actually lose the max HP now. Yeah. I guess probably the biggest reason is that, right? That we basically say, hey, we do have the max HP plays, basically. Because we do have Dreamcatcher, and Dreamcatcher enabled us to make better use of the max HP by just going to the rest side if we need. If you want, we can go to the rest side. Basically that. Yeah. If I, for example, give you an example case against the Spire Shield, Spire Spear, right? So now we are up against Spire Shield, Spire Spear. And we have the apparitions, and the apparitions are very good for us. Without a doubt. So I mean, that we are not vulnerable will probably help a little bit. I'm just saying, if the apparition help us to save 30 in the Spire Shield, Spire Spear fight, and they help us to save 30 in the hard fight. No. Yeah, against the automaton we would use Helix. Interesting run also, with a lot of interesting decisions. I mean, so you're convinced that our blocking game is halfway reasonable. I mean, don't we have the shittiest block game ever? No, I mean, serious talk, man. I mean, what is also let's I still, I mean, 27 cards, okay. I mean, how a block game sucks. No? I mean, I don't see any block game. I don't know. Also 1, 2, 3, 4. 4.5, 5.5, maybe 5. It's like 1/5 of our deck is blocking game. Let's count these as 1 is 6. For the Watcher, it's not that bad. Yeah, but we have some foresight manipulation for the apparitions as well, yeah. We can see whether the heart attacks are big, and if we don't want the apparition, we skim it, and then we have Helix. No. Hmm. 40 max HP. Oh. Oh. And one is actually really not convinced. But we have stored block. I mean, the apparitions reach us until stored block. No. We would also upgrade, but not the apparitions. Not the apparitions. We would upgrade. We still have some upgrades. Flurry of those and weaves. They need to be upgraded. Weave probably comes back every turn. Yeah. Look, the thing is, the apparition bridges until we are blocked in. So where's our block coming from? Naja, we keep the protect. We keep the deceive reality. So now we have a block of 30. After the apparitions went off. If we did not draw an apparition, we just play protect or deceive reality, not a problem. But if we did draw the apparition, we play the apparition, we keep those. If we completely brick, we still have Fossilize Helix. And we set up Talk to the Hand. And now we have Talk to the Hand, now we can chill. Talk to the Hand is talking while we are setting up. Apparition set up, bam, fertig. We don't even need to take a look at rest sites then, which makes it even more convenient. Can even meditate these fools. After we stray away, we can even meditate them. No, we cannot meditate them, never mind. Or how does retain work? I don't know. Whatever. Regeneration potion loses some value with half HP. Sure. Yeah. But maybe it's because we have such to throw such a great legend potion. And 2 relics already sustaining us. But you also need to get some upgrades in. Talk to the End really wants to get upgraded at some point. Then what else? There's something else which also wants upgrade. Scroll wants upgrade at some point. Yeah. Maybe Scroll is also the first upgrade. Yeah, we already saw Snecko, so Scroll is probably the first upgrade. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just take them. I mean, we talked about it, right? So, Scroll upgrade first, or how does that work? Also, we could also rest, by the way, but I don't think so. Or should we rest? I don't know. Do we still need cards? How is it meditating these? Also, if you meditate an exhaust card, what is the interaction? What Tolkien doesn't play in that fight? No, doesn't play. Okay. What? Does not exhaust the apparitions. Okay. Interesting. Then it's even better. Then it's better even. Also, you're also not sure. Great. Okay. It does exhaust. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's 3-1. Ja, geil. Okay. It should exhaust or meditate. Read meditate. Read meditate. But yeah. So the upgrades, guys. Talk me through. Is upgrade or a card choice better? When did you see the last rare card? Just now? Alpha? Oh my god. Alpha is not a rare card. Okay, we upgrade something. What do we upgrade? Which rare card would you want anyways? Scroll, Vault, whatever, I don't know. There are some, but hey. Or do you want the card choice anyways? Hey, KG Kikori, thanks so much for the sub, man. Yeah, scroll is simply 1 energy per fight. That's definitely a very good upgrade. I don't even know what kind of cards we want. Also, kind of what cards we want specific. Upgrades are also not bad. Dealing with Hyper Beam, yeah, but we can just scry this away, and we can also just block the Hyper Beam. We don't have any worries. Okay, I upgrade scroll, yeah. We also have the buffer anyways. I mean, what are we even talking about here? Oh, yeah, okay. And so it starts. Take worship, play worship. I guess. We have to redraw it. Yeah, with meditate, for example. Yeah, probably right. What is it better than vigilance? Sure. Sure it is. Well, depends, but yeah. Yeah, I would have not minded to get some apparition this turn. Oh, what a pity. What the Sentinel will do it for us? Will do what? Was a weird interaction, okay. Interesting. Whether we block? Yeah, I guess we can block, yeah. Yeah, I would think so. I would like to go block, and what meditate retains the apparition. What do you mean? It doesn't exhaust? No, I'm completely confused. But yeah. Yeah, no, as we block and protect. Ah, so it doesn't exhaust. So you can apparition, as you can meditate, and okay. You can meditate an apparition which is not upgraded and it doesn't exhaust. Yeah, perfect. Good to know. Good to know. There was some uncertainty about that. Yeah, I think we go calm and block full. Oh, that's good. So, oh. So yeah. So. Ah, windmill strike for the divinity. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. This draws a card now. Ah! Ah! Das ist Wave of the Hand. Naja, ist ja gut, ja. Wave of the Hand ist ja ein Start. Ja, sowas also, right? Ja, schon da. Free Energy. Wait, we blocked in turn 2. That was turn 4, and now is Hyper Beam already, right? And we still have the buffer. The Helix coming clutch. Yeah. So so einfach mal sowas, oder was? Ich müsste mal anfangen, nicht mehr Scheiße zu spielen. I would need to stop playing like garbage. Something. Preferably. I don't know. We can also just kill him. Honestly, I don't know. So yeah. 18 damage doesn't make sense. It's 12. So this gives energy, and then we can also wave. Or sanctity. Both are legit. Ah, nee, wave is better. Yeah. Stripped artifact. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely need a break after this fight, man. It's already depleting my brain cells already. Do we enter Divinity? Or can we already, or what? As we would like to deploy the talk to the hand later. We do not want to block now, but this guy attacks, so this is possible. Protect is for later, we can still block full. Meditate is probably simply good, but only if we can also go into Eruption. Now the thing is that we have 0 Eruption in our deck. If we have 0 Eruption, we can probably do this. Okay. So Divinity is our Eruption. Okay. So you're saying we need to draw at least 5 now? But we could also draw 6. 5 would be better. Oh, actually, it's 6 already. I see. Okay, so there are 2 flurries, and then we want to go into shuffle with the scissors. So consecrate. Oh, it's a block. I don't know. That's cool as well. Shuffle. 5. Yeah, maybe Divinity is really our eruption. Yeah, no, really. It's true. I mean... Yeah, it's true. It's actually true. I'm crazy. Very cool, right? Yeah, very cool. Super Omega, man. Yeah. Ja, mega nice einfach, ja. What can we kill in 2 turns? We have infinite turns and... Yeah, but we can also probably kill in... Yeah, sure. Also, yes and yes. Mm. What Deva form? Hä? Nee. I definitely take Deus Ex over Deva form. Deva form is so bad. Blasphemy is not good. We have Divinity in the deck. Whenever you have Divinity in the deck, Blasphemy sucks. Because you can Divinity anyways. Or vice versa, if you have Blasphemy, you cannot Divinity. What Blasphemy with Apparitions does work? Yeah, sure it does work, but it also doesn't, you know. Because, yeah, once they are exhausted... Yeah. Yeah. What Deus Ex is the best here? Yeah, Deus Ex is super nice. It just gives you extra energy. With the scroll is a little bit weird. If you scroll into Deus Ex, it gives you 1 energy instead of scroll, which is still positive, but not that much. But otherwise, it basically is quite good. Yeah, it just gives us extra energy. 2 energy for the card draw, but the card draw is nearly worth nothing. So it's just like 1 extra energy. This is certainly worth 100, 150. Now, Blasphemy is probably worth break even, I would say. Can also never take the second one, but even the first one is weird with having Divinity already. For example, we wait with the windmill and such, you know. Scroll Blasphemy though. Yeah, but we also have apparitions. Do we really need it? It's like Blasphemy is a card I really love after Act 1. After Act 2, also the later it gets, the worse Blasphemy becomes. Because it's specifically not very, very strong against the heart, against like Act 3 bosses sometimes, and like this, right? So I would, the biggest application for me, this is like carrying early game. And early game basically, you know, you might say, yeah, but only early game, is it really that good then? Yeah, because it does not really fall off later. While at the same time super fixing Act 1 and Act 2, which is basically most of the heat you take. So it fixes you exactly when you need it, right? It's great. Master Reality sucks, Deva form. I could see over nothing, but it's hard to choose over Deus. So, yeah. If you meditate Deus Ex Machina, nothing happens. Then you have Deus Ex in your hand and you're sad. Yeah. But Deva form with Helix and Aberrations is not the worst ever. Yeah, but we are also not getting baited. I mean, you just saw a very exemplary fight of how it will probably look like. Did you have the feeling that we were lacking energy? Yeah, maybe a little bit. But not as much as it might seem at first glance, right? And sometimes you just go Divinity and we had enough energy in those Divinity turns. Which is more often than not. There's also something about us picking cheap cards. So if you get the Flurry of Blow, I will be willing to take that with the Talk to the Hand into our deck. So suddenly you have another 0 energy card, right? Weave's the same, and suddenly you have another 0 energy card. If you get coins, of course we take them if they are upgraded. And by picking Deus Ex, we also get a lot of energy instead of the card draw. If you now pick a boss relic energy, then it's like completely gone, right? I mean, if you also get on top of all of that, also a boss energy, and then also some bosses shuffle you garbage, now you also draw that garbage, right? I mean, yeah. No, like really? Oh. 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 Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh. Yeah, okay. So it doesn't stop. Yeah, it stays interesting, guys. It stays interesting. Pandora's Box. Complete garbage, ne? And the Joker? We cannot, right? Boy, I just ate like a bunch of good stuff. And I'm a little bit afraid that I will fall into a food coma every given moment. That's why I also fixed myself a very tasty coffee. I can already feel the food coma. The coffee is exactly what is needed here. It's gotta be Black Star, right? Yeah, also with the choker, with the things are also so sad, right? Yeah. And Flurry and Weave, not only that, but it's also about the energy, right? Deus Ex and stuff like this. It's just like a big sadness. At least we do not need to worry about the pathing now, right? At least the pathing is relatively clear. 3 leads on left side, 3 leads in the middle, and also 3 leads on the right. Also, it's basically 3 leads on the right or 3 leads on the left. Yeah. And the left side doesn't have a shop, therefore we go to the shop on the right side. Oh, pretty simple, right? And then we go some question mark farming into some elite. Into some upgrade, into some elite. Oh, it's only question marks, guys. Look at this. Yeah. What extra half a spoon of sugar in it? No, I drink my coffee black. Black as the Black Star. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, or we skip the shop. Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't know. Until now, I cannot really complain about the apparitions. I tell you how I feel. Yeah. Oh, you fools are attacking us. But wait, we do not take any damage. No? Just saying. Okay, not bad about it. Well, what is that anyways? I also have to tell you our damage. I mean, I don't want to complain, guys, but our damage output could also be a little tit higher. Just a little bit, you know. Yeah. Just a little bit. I don't know. And the absurdity is this time we would have really blocked in. That's the biggest absurdity of them all. It could. Yeah, it could, yeah. But it's not really the case, yeah. Really. Okay, And now? I don't know what to do. At least we found the 4th energy from the boss. So now we can pawn these fools. Could have also put Consecrate, no idea. Okay. You know your deck sucks if Windmill Strike is doing the work. Okay, Prostrate for free. I definitely take that. Now that we didn't see the extra energy, this is must. And do you know what the best thing is? Yeah, we don't pay money for it. Yeah, we don't pay money for it. That's massive here. How is that massive? Because up entering the stance gains 3 energy, attack deal triple damage. I heard that's pretty good. I wasn't prepared to pay 60 gold for that. But being like over nothing? Ooh, baby. With all this card draw, with all the zero, with all that not having any energy. Give me that. Wave of the Hand, Conjure Blade. Wave of the Hand, Conjure Blade. Conjure Blade is a rare. Nein! Yeah, shame. Well, it shouldn't take the risk at all. Of course we take the risk. The card is only very, very slightly bad and we can get a new glimpse into something else. That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine to take that. We just didn't exactly get rewarded, if you know what I'm saying. Oh, but now we can take the rush on and suddenly everything... Ooh, baby. At least he didn't stab me. The gremlin, or what do you mean? What rewarded with the Aurario, why? And the wave or weave or... All planned. Anyways, everything is planned. Always. These two all suck, guys. Can you believe it? We see... Okay. Well, just lucky it's half okay with double weaves. Do we take any of these? Can we get our gold back? These are nonsense, right? We don't want those. Empty body maybe with all the flurries? We don't have any exits at the moment. Oh yeah, we have apparitions. Ooh, ugly. Okay, in our deck, even a non-upgraded empty fist is better than this, right? Because of the apparitions. So now we would actually take a non-upgraded empty fist, but we certainly do not take a non-upgraded empty body. Okay. Evaluate, Wrath of Flame, Worship, and Battle Hymn. So now you're saying something about the Worship. Also seems extremely sketchy to me. Also sketchy meaning I believe it to be quite bad. Because it sucks, guys. It's not even energy positive. It's trash. Okay. So what about this is reasonable. We can work with this. Third Eye plus Flurry of Blows and even Brilliance. Okay, Brilliance, I don't know. Brilliance, I'm not like the biggest super fan here. It's okay. It's positive. It's not as positive as Third Eye plus or Flurry of Blows. We can say that for certain. You say Third Eye ain't bad. Naja, but it also ain't good, right? If you block with the front load on. It's green. Wow. But we also want to block with Apparitions in the first turn, not with Third Eye, right? Okay, what about the Flurry of Blows? It's like usually 50 gold or whatever. We have enough stands. We are not even standing that much. But we do have Ink Bottle and also Chucks. So, and we also draw a lot. So Flurry is definitely 50 gold. Okay, you're saying Thirda is also because of the upgrade, right? Yeah, probably Thirda is good, yeah. Seems not good when we have 7 Scry at the start of the turn. Phenomenal, right? We scry. And then we scry the very same cards again. Yeah. But usually we scry and then we go Eruption. And because we also have Rushdown with the Crescendos, we probably draw cards. Right? That's like kind of the idea. Is Rushdown even positive if you buy it? 3 Eruptions, so on average we have 2 Eruptions per fight, 4 card draw for 1 energy and the card, yeah. Yeah, it's so-so, right? It's so-so. It's not even that great, but I guess we also pick the Weave. Also, we also pick the Weave. Yeah, as a third, of course, is positive, right? Yeah, we also pick the Weave. We can scry away the Weaves. It's actually very effective. Sounds amazing. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So Sash Whip is weird because you already have permanent weave weakness with actually a Sash Whip itself and also with the other thing. So Sash Whip is probably slightly positive, but very, very slightly. On the other hand, there is another upgraded card. The Swivel. Back into the shop, yes, yeah, yeah. Swivel sucks. Yeah, yeah. But we still don't want the Sash Whip because at some point we will go infinite weakness. And then we don't need Sash Whip for sure. And then there were some people talking about the Just Lucky. And once I mean we are stuck on 3 energy. Yeah, and Just Lucky does what? It blocks marginal, okay. That could be block against a heartbeat, not so bad. It does Scry 1. Well, Scry 1 is like Scry 7. It's not so much different. We scry and draw all the weaves. Yeah, but it's actually only 2 weaves we have in the deck. So all the weaves is also, naya, you know. And it also deals damage. It does advance the nunchuck and the bottle. And it is an attack with any kind of relic we will find in the future. I think it's better than nothing. Looks slightly positive. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I would think so. Well. Oh. Okay, so that's it, right? That's the haul. We just went back from our haul. Yeah, the weave, honestly, is just like extremely positive. And Rushdown? Honest question, Rushdown, is that good or? The Spire makes us work for this run. Yeah, let's wait until we question our enemies a little bit further. The fools will get questions until they cannot answer. And then, if they are really puzzled and don't know what they are doing because they are so freaking confused, then we strike. Then we strike. Yeah. Then we strike. Antoine says I don't buy Rushdown. Yeah, I also don't buy Rushdown. Whetstone, Orichalcum, Dreamcatch. Yeah. Yeah, Dreamcatch can be used also, but upgrade probably more. No, Vulnerable is good. Our card quality is high. Yeah, let's keep the Monetas. Nunchuk is nice. Nunchuk might give us good energy, honestly, really. Nunchuk is our game maker here. Okay. What 2 crescendos and meditate if you don't want rush down? I don't know what it has to do with the meditate. Also we have 1 eruption and then we have 2 times crescendo. So what isn't the rush down good for the bosses and the heart? Actually not. If I want to go into eruption, I actually want to get my flurries back. And I want to play the weaves. And we probably pick another flurry on our way. So now we go into eruption and you already overdraw. You cannot even go to 0 cards and then you can go eruption and pull your stuff back. I don't like it. For money? No, not for money. Not for money. We are rich, but we are not that rich. We are not that we can do kind of stupid stuff rich. Ah. Did I just say something about... Ah. Okay, Snecko needs to go at some point. Sort of. Yeah. Okay, I'm getting into the spew mode. You feel that? Do you see how I get into spew mode? Well, that is not good. You see that, right? Yeah, I'm getting exhausted. Yeah, not good. Wait, why do I even target these fools? Oh man, aber es ist echt schon exhausting. That's schon the zweite run today. 5.5 hours, man. And this will probably not end before 7.5. Yeah. And this is the second run of today, man. This is schon tough busyness here. Tough busyness. Was ist denn jetzt hier los? Okay, bye bye. Und jetzt? Achso. Oh mein Gott, ey. Oh nein, schon wieder verkackt. Ten dexterity, that could be something. I do not want this Neko, right? This Neko is extremely sus. That moment of clarity when you decided one more game before bedtime, yeah. Oh my god, man. Okay, the Snake Oil draws 10 cards at the moment. Maybe we do not want to draw 10 cards. Okay, I can check this first. Oh man. Was ist das denn jetzt? Like water comes upgraded. How many exits do we actually have? Because if you have 0 exits... Yeah, we have 0 exits. That like water is actually good. But Artemis wants the Mental Fortress. Yeah, but we could also just take the good card instead. Also, unless I'm overlooking something. But without exits, it's very obvious like water. It's not even close, right? No, it's not even remotely close. Speed potion over Snecko or over heal. Like water or Recalcum is anti-synergy. Yeah, no. They stack. But yeah, so speed potion, over Snacko, you say. The Keks, Keck, Ja, ich weiß auch nicht, keine Ahnung, ja. Hauptsache gelabert. The over Snacko, you say, yeah. The Snacko, you say is weird, the Snacko, yeah? Probably, right? Probably weird, yeah. Okay, okay. Yeah, question mark. How are those for us? No idea. Hallways are also not a problem. Why do you think that the question mark is better? Because of orb walkers or why? Like the rare relic basically. Madnesses are not to be taken. Falling is falling good? Yeah. No. Will probably fall a good card. Mostly. What, because of the elite? What do you mean because of the elite? Falling might be okay. Yeah, or it might be complete crap. And even the best case is not even that great. Yeah. And this goes against card choice, right? And you're saying the card choice is just not very effective. Yeah. Another 2 minus max HP, yeah. Great. Ja, schon, oder? What else? Got it out of the way. Yes! Finally! I was already so annoyed by having it in my way. Okay. Oh, I messed up the order. Damn. Never mind. Now we get more damage incoming. Okay, na good. I'm getting troll mood and then I'm getting tired and like it's bad. I should drink more coffee. Actually, it's a food coma, guys. It's a freaking troll into food coma, I'm telling you. That's freaking it. I'm getting groundedly punished by the food coma, man. Okay. The food coma is striking. I was thinking maybe if get apparition. What? Punish? Yeah. What do you mean with this or what? No, I don't get it. Which punish? No, nix punish. We are not getting any punish here. But, or do you mean this or I don't get it? No, I really don't get it. What are you talking about? I have no clue. So, I don't know what you're talking about, really, literally. Okay. Burns again, but still not in our deck, because our deck, unfortunately, is very big. Okay, cool. So if he doesn't attack, we don't want this, we want this. This in the hand, this is whatever, right? Unless we want to use it later, but I don't think so. So yeah. Yeah, also damage output with our these is actually quite lousy. I'm looking tired. Ja, ich weiß gar nicht. Echt jetzt, oder was? Echt? Ohne Scheiß jetzt, oder was? Wir haben 6:40 Uhr. Sehe ich müde aus, oder was? Echt? Interessant. More so this does not align here. This is rather more annoying. Doesn't align. Can deal 24. Then full guaranteed apparition. More than fair. He wants to attack for 90. We don't want him attacking us for 90. We draw our entire deck. We get the weave back. Yeah, like this, yeah. The idea is that we apparition this is clear. Now, if we stand swap, then we will receive the flurries back. 4, 6, 8, 9. So yeah. So now we probably defend, for example. Ah, windmill strike, that's it. That's exactly what we were looking for. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 retain. Yeah, that works. Okay. This is damage. I don't know. We could keep the damage. Okay, how do we do it? So. Also. Wir machen jetzt mal Eruption. Nee. Hä? Also if we erupt, we get 4, 6, 8, 9, we get the 2 flurries back. Genau. Lass mal so. Dann gibt es die 2 flurries. So. Jetzt gibt es just lucky for 1 flurry. There's no prostrate. We can use the next turn for block if you want that. Okay, but that was bad because we draw it now. It doesn't matter too much, we can also use it now. So... Achso, and exit? Exit without a sound and such? We need to pull that. Okay, so... yeah, okay. Yeah, in the worst case we use the Dexterity Potion, whatever. So... 30. These 30 will become better than 30. Yeah. But we need to play it because empty hand. We need to get rid of some. So what does it do? 90. So something like wave in a piece like water. But don't we have the energy for that? Safety. Wave inner piece like water, safety. 19 block against 33. Oh no, we have the dude, man. Das ist ja easy. Ja, dann... Keine Ahnung. I guess still the same. Okay. Na, machen wir mal so hier Wife oder was? So. Die wahrscheinlich nicht wegballern brauchen. Die haben wir auch nicht. Oder? Aha. Uiuiui. So, wir machen das jetzt. 4, 6, 8, 10. Zum Beispiel so. Ach, das drawt auch wieder. Das Food-Koma ist wirklich real, Mann. Ja, wie Scribe for real. Ich hab so ein Food-Koma, Guys. Ich bin so im Food-Koma. Nein. What? Korea? The Food-Koma will go away, guys. The Food-Koma, I mean, currently, like, the tasty food, I mean, it was worth it. No matter what, it was definitely worth it. So, Block Potion. I just let you play for a while. You know, I just lean back and you make the calls. I just chill a little bit. I need to also be able to chill sometimes. So I just chill and you make the calls. Okay, so about this block potion here. The block potion, speed potion or heal potion, what is better? It's better than regeneration. No. No, right? I mean, we get 2 times the heal value and we already break even on the block. Because we have very low max HP. And you don't think we can somehow utilize that, no? Not really, right? We stay full. Better than speed though. Okay, definitely not better than speed. Okay, so maybe better than regen. Okay, na gut. It's okay. You're saying this might save us from getting one-shotted. The other one doesn't. Okay. We need the upgrade on the Talk to the Hand, and Flurry of Blows is positive against the heart even. Positive one block, but it's not about the one block. It's more about the ink bottle draw, nunchuck energy, stuff like that. There would also be a Halt Plus. I doubt that the Halt Plus is doing anything. Yeah. No, I just doubt that. On the other hand, I believe that Flurry of Blows is actually pretty cool. Given the nunchuck makes it good. The ink bottle makes it very good. We also have Talked to them, makes it very, very good. It's sure not bad, huh? This deck doesn't seem to spend enough time in Wrath. You mean because of the Halt? No, yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, no. Also, we don't even want to draw it early. Because early we want to set up, we don't want to Halt. Yeah. So it's yeah, Flurry. Let's go. Okay. What should I do? Yeah, upgrade Talk to the Hand. Yeah, or Scroll. Scroll was also a possible upgrade. But yeah. So, yeah, we take more relics. Huh? Now that the bad question marks are out of the way, only good ones can fall. Can follow. Follow. Guys, didn't you tell me that falling would be okay for us? I mean, I just went to 2 question marks and what we did was we lost max HP and we lost a good card. No, I mean, seriously. That is not cool. At all. Deus Ex is super good. It's like 100, 150. Foresight is 50, but actually it's more because we have Weave, so I think it's Fear No Evil which needs to leave. And Fear No Evil in our case, okay. I mean, we fortunately did... I mean, this is energy, huh? But it's probably good enough, right? We have 1 Eruption, 1.52 in total. Yeah, matching 1 Calm, 2 Calm, 3 Calm. And we can then also calm whatever we want. No, it would be okay. A little bit sad for the Calm Like Water Plus, but hey. The Heart also has a lot of non-attack turns. I do not mind it. Fear No Evil is a specifically strong card early game. And later it usually also falls off a little bit. Yeah. I mean, the good news is that we now really dodged all the bad question marks. So literally, there are only good question marks left. No. Oh, nein, we even have the Korea, man. Oh, no. Oh, nein. Oh, man, hey. Who's Medikit? You want the Medikit? Why? Why do you want the Medikit? Because we can scry the wounds away. Yeah, let's buy the Medikit for real money. Yeah. So that our scry becomes specifically bad. No, this shop is garbage. We can actually continue our journey through the Spire. Hey! What, Panic Button? Yeah, Panic Button is just so sad with the apparitions, or not? Maybe not, I don't know. Hey. Oh, it's a Panic Button. What Ice Quincy says, we can still find the portal to the boss. The portal to the boss. To get there under 30 minutes? No, to get there under 13 minutes and 30 seconds. So that you can barely get the speed running achievement. That's why the event is there for, right? So if you run through the Spire and you're barely closing in, then you can portal for the speed event. What, is there another baby? No, it's still the same. So No, there are what? What? There are no bad question marks left. Was? Hallo? Ey, ich hab voll das Foodkoma. Ich habe irgendwas gegessen und jetzt ist voll das Foodkoma. Oh, ja, nee, also ich hab das, ja, der Kartoffelpuffer und die Beilagen. Hätte ich ja noch gegessen, wenn ich einen kompletten Koma. Ich bin auch irgendwie voll, ich weiß auch nicht. Oh. Auf einmal habe ich so voll den toten Punkt. Nee, ich trinke schon einen Kaffee. Okay, guys. Okay, hier. Genau, currently it's 2+1 Foster. Genau. What do you want to do? Do you really want to buy the panic button? Or is it just a fluke? And you do not really want to buy the panic button, you're just telling me to do so. Because I don't know why. Because you want to bait me in. You want to bait me in. I mean, look at what we could actually purchase with this money beautiful in the last shop. But no, let's go to this shop, right? It doesn't make sense. We can even replenish potions in the last shop. We need to have the money for that. Yeah, we need to have the money for that. Huh. Okay, this head is a dunzo, guys. We give him. Nee, but we really also need the potions. If we are... Okay, look. We could be forced to use that potion in Act 3 bosses. Maybe this as well. And do you know what we do if that happens? Exactly. Then we need to... Frubeum. That's right. So... This... Wait, that was weird. Wait a second. Oh, there's more confusion. Confusion! Okay, I'm really not exactly sure what's going on here. I'm a little bit confused. Okay, that was stupid or whatever. Es ist echt so ein bisschen... It's echt rough to actually pay attention to everything, man. It's actually really rough. Was ist denn das hier? Oh mein Gott, hey. Ah, und jetzt haben wir die Flurry vergammelt. Oh nein, hey. Oh, jetzt habe ich die Flurries vergammelt. Ich bin so dumm. Oh, I'm so stupid. Jetzt habe ich die Flurries vergammelt, guys. Oh. Bye bye Flurries, you will be missed, man. Jetzt habe ich tatsächlich die Flurries vergammelt. Ah. Ah, da sind sie wieder. Die Flurries of the Gods, guys. Da sind sie wieder. they are back. Ach so, oh, ach so, Worship. Ah. Wait, Worship is pretty good, right? And suddenly we need card draw? What? What, 11 turns of weakness? Ja, but why? We are intangible, aren't we? Wir sind doch die intangible dudes here. What do you mean? Are we not intangible? Last time I checked we were intangible. Do you remember when we were intangible? That were good times, guys. Yeah, there was a time, you know, they were intangible. What is here? Darkstone Periapt. What? Darkstone Periapt? Ja, Darkstone Periapt! Toxic Egg. Not juicy. What is juicy? Eh? Indignation for vulnerable, ask one. Yeah. 5 turns of vulnerable for 1 energy, I take that. Hey, ist das Modeschau? Das ist die neue Mode. Ja. Ja, ich sehe schon. Ja, sehr innovativ. I said a little more damage would be good. Yeah, like permanent vulnerable. Yeah, I would take that. Yeah, permanent vulnerable sounds like a good deal. Yeah, 5 turns of vulnerable, I take that. If it's not 5 turns of vulnerable, it's Wrath, which is also okay. What it could be important against the heart. Yeah, let's take it. It's okay. Was ist hier? Ist genug, nö. Nur mal Crescendo. A one-time Crescendo, please. Ja, not bad. Straight hier, bam. Oh. Ah! Jetzt haben wir hier Dingsbums. Jetzt haben wir Dingsbums. Wave to the... Ja gut, okay, in this case was not very effective, but... jetzt haben wir hier Dings to the dude. You know what I'm talking about, right? The dude. Genau, jetzt haben wir den Dude. Alles klar. Und sonst so? Nix. Was soll man da stehen bleiben? Ist auch gut. Voll gut. Foresight. Ein bisschen Crescendo, oder? Still schon mal sowas? Ah, okay, here I just wanted to say, man. So suddenly one really aggressive. I cannot, yeah. I cannot approve. What the hell? Suddenly so aggressive. Crazy. Oder? More garbage, ne? Ja, complete trash. Maybe evaluate plus, but no. Swift potion? What is the reason why I tend up with big decks instead of pure cards? Because big decks you pick a lot of good cards and then you have more good cards. And also there are some cards which return back if they are in your graveyard. So you can make use of those very often. So like Flurry of Blows, Weave. So you play a card and then all those come back and that's cool. Yeah, like this. The Swift Potion? Anybody interested in the Swift Potion? I'm really wanting to keep the Dexterity because with Artifact, the Artifact Speed Potion is like a solve. Like, facts. And I do not see us. I would take the Swift Potion over Block. No, like, do you? Is it? Oh no. It's close. Swift and Divinity could be great. Oh, okay. Hmm. 6 calm seems better than 24 block. Yeah, I guess the heart is probably better to pull out 6 cards, or 24 block is kind of a house number. Maybe we should take a very quick look into our deck. But I guess also getting this upgraded. Yeah, 6 is shown pretty nice. Yeah. Also, the 24 block is really kind of falling off. So I already took a look at this crap. Remove a card finally. Finally, we can remove the worst card from our deck. Dexterity? Yep. The versus Windmill Strike? No. Oh, did you now get the good question marks? What was that? Did you only get garbage? Wait, should I have taken the... No, if I would have taken the question mark, it would have been more garbage. I already know it. I don't even need to ask. I already know it. It would have definitely been garbage, guys. Believe me. I have a hunch. I have a hunch for those things. Okay. So, what's this here? Like water for the card draw. This. Einmal to the hand, please. And then eruption or not? Probably not. Next one is intangible. Ah, Blackstar. Ja, klar, Blackstar. Sowieso. You're completely right. Sure. Achso, Meditate kann ich auch mal hier. Gleich mal meditieren. Einmal meditieren, bitte. Einmal meditieren. What, another run on 3 energy? Yeah, another run on 3 energy. Which is kind of fascinating that we are actually ending up like this. Faucet we really do not need, right? Oh, there's one thing which is actually pretty cool. Which is the indignation now. Which is the indignation now, so we can do this indignation. It's very nice, yeah. It's very nice. This one. Yeah, whatever. Bye-bye. Oh, Lizard Tail. Oh, with our 38 HP, it's so good. It's so freaking good. Just kidding. Now this is good. Scroll for 0, right? That's cool. That's what I want to see. Wall paint. Yeah. Ah. Duplication potion. A one-time intangible. Duplication apparitions is good. Yep. Over dexterity now, right? I mean, if I discard this speed potion and there are pellets in the shop, I'm going berserk. Okay. Yeah, we can also duplicate talk to the hands. Probably talk to the hand is the better. Yeah. At least that would take me out of my food coma. Hey, not even kidding, man. Oh. Some shall not talk about the food coma, man. Oh, crescendo into indigo, oder was? Oh my god. And then... Scroll first. Gurk. Okay, machen wir so, oder was? What, the fight is honestly kind of scary. Really? Are we not like kind of stomping the Spire left and right? At least that was my first impression. No? I thought we stomped them into the ground and below. No? Is that not what's happening here? I really thought so. I thought we are completely stomping these bozos. I thought we are completely stomping them. And then suddenly it turns out we are not. Can you imagine? Huh? Where are my stuff? Where's my stuff? I just wasted energy, man. Wir climb... Hey. Was? Oh, jetzt komm, verarsch mich nicht. Oh, jetzt komm, verarsch mich nicht. Nee. Nee, was? Hä? Oh, wait. That's an apparition. Oh, but then we don't meditate. Oh nein, hätte ich noch nicht so richtig schlecht gespielt. Ah, egal. Machen wir mal so. So, oder was? Kriegen wir richtig alle Karten zurück. Also zum Beispiel. Habe ich schon wieder nicht aufgepasst, oder was? Und schon wieder nicht aufgepasst, hätte ich so schon. Oh mein Gott. Ja, passt schon. Naja, I guess we are taking the slow approach, ne? So oder was? Okay. Also machen wir so. Also, Indignation for the vulnerable thing. What? Kann ich hier einfach voll draufschlagen oder was? Ah, doch nicht. Okay. Oder doch. 36. Ja, könnt auch einfach voll draufschlagen. Ist das gut? Oder halt in der Piece und dann halt ein bisschen Flurry. Geht auch. Both is possible. If we in our piece and we like water, we gain 7 block. We could also just hit him. I don't know. Do we have guaranteed exit? That would be kind of important. What is this? Ah, Windmill Strike! Oh. Ja, also... Ja, Yeah, I guess the problem is that this is also... energy. So we are not really losing by playing this because we store energy. Aber dann taken wir auch 18 Damage. What duplication wallop? Nee, we don't throw away our winning condition. Preferably. Nö. I see. So... There is something with inner piece we could play. We can play inner piece, attack, crescendo, and then depending on what we draw, we can react according. So in this case, we unfortunately did not draw anything. That's rather sad. Ja. Schade. Schade. Okay, na gut, ja, läuft ja. This? No. Also, if we use any potion, it would always be the draw potion, putting that aside. Because the duplications are win condition against the heart. Yeah. So, that's just saying, right? Alright. So now we are, does it easy. Consecrate ist halt so egal. So. Also, jetzt machen wir hier mal den fertig. Das ist over. Nee, auch immer dieses also always this potion waste. This is so... You're so eager to waste potions always, I don't know. Like my philosophy of this game is like if I can preserve my potions, I try to preserve the potions, you know, kind of like this. I know it's weird, right? But it's just like how I play, honestly. What can I tell you? And I like it. What? That's not what? Not what? Not about. Also that is not what chat is about. Ah, I see. I see what you're saying. You do not like you do not like to preserve potions. I get it, I get it. But it might seem like a cool idea to save potions. Well, no, I see. I see what you're saying. Mm-hmm. Your potion holics. I see. Did you realize that we are still sitting on 3 energy like donkeys? Somewhat? Did you realize that we are in Act 3? At the end of Act 3 and we are still sitting on 3 energy? Despite having tried 3 boss relics? Did you also furthermore realize that we are currently trying to farm Act 3 bosses with 4 damage per card? By the way, about this calm like water. For those who were wondering about the calm like water. For those who trash talk, they're just lucky. They're just lucky is like 40 damage. Just saying. 40. But yeah. Uh-huh. Ah, 40. I mean, just saying. Yeah. Oh, 100. Oh, yeah. We remove Windmill Strike over Strike. You remember the dudes who wanted to remove Windmill Strike over Strike? They have 105 damage less now. Okay. Oh my god. 36. We do not have 36 block. Oh my god, hey. What is our deck? We could take a look into our deck. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Unless we have lethal for 54, do we? I doubt so. So, can we block 26? Nearly. I'm too lazy to think now. Wait, what? Ah. That could help. That most certainly does help. Okay, time meter would be specifically bad now. Whew, no time meter, guys. Do we have powers? Powers which are no powers. But this also seems kind of hard. Does it? I thought we picked the apparitions for exactly this. You think this hard? Not really, right? Peter says only a few more hours. I hope not. Sollen wir sowas machen? Nö, einfach scrollen. Ich verwende keine Energie für das. Dafür. Irgendjemand. Was ist das? Intangible. Buffer. Was passiert denn hier? Sowas oder? So. So. An apparition would be good now. We are currently facing aggro birds. Well, so yeah, we don't need this. We don't want this. Yeah, this windmill strike is a little, might be greedy, right? Like this, oder? Ja, I mean, ja, würde ich schon sagen, sowas. Ja, sowas. Ah. Oh, wait, we are facing 60. We are facing... 0. We are actually facing 0. Good, 0 is much better than 60. I like that. What, we need 2 more blocks though. 2 more blocks. Also I believe what we actually need is 3 apparitions to stabilize all our stuff. And once we got that, we go in. Basically what we are currently doing. Pretty much exactly what we are currently doing. So you are saying we need 2 more block. Ah, to not lose our buffer, right? Yeah. And you're afraid that we might lose our buffer. Sure. I can see that. Indignation is probably okay because, you know, vulnerable and such. This lucky is coming in huge. Not only. I mean, guys, you remember when we said, okay, there are apparitions. We need apparitions because we need time to set up. We would have taken 20 turn 1 or at least lost the buffer. Turn 2 we would have been in danger of dying. We could have not ended in eruption. And now we would have facing like 25 again, or like, it's bad, right? And now this is so much better, you know. It's like so infinitely much better. Also with the vulnerable infliction, I do not mind. And also, what is with this cry? Oh, this cry is, oh mein Gott. Hey, ist es schon wieder so schlecht, oder was jetzt gerade? Oh nein, Protect, oh nein. Was ist denn jetzt hier los? Worship, oder was? Hä? Das zünde ich doch einfach nach, oder was? So, das. Und dann müssen wir eigentlich auch zünden hier, das dann. Ah ne, we need the energy maybe, right? Hey, ich bin so confused. Keine Ahnung. No idea. Windmill strike, we definitely need windmill strike. There's also something towards these. And we're currently facing what, 52? Yeah, that's nothing. So, where is the divinity now? Hä? Wo ist denn jetzt die Divinity? Ich bin doch gerade dabei, oder was? Wo sind die? Nächste Karte, oder was? Next Card, oder not? Ist gar nicht. Ah, here we go. Okay, Das ist even clever. Und wo sind meine Flurry of Blows? Was ist denn hier los? Hä? One Weave. That's it. Wie bitte? Oh Mann, hey, was? Worship, you say? You want to worship back? Ja, we have talked to Dan, right? Ja, wahrscheinlich. Wahrscheinlich schon. I mean, jetzt kriegen wir halt die dicke Attack halt, ne? Das ist wahrscheinlich okay. Also so, das muss auch mal weg. Das muss weg, wenn der Bird weg ist. Ja, so irgendwas halt, ne? So. We are more than angry, guys. We are more than angry. Ja, the Sash Whip. Naja, okay. Yeah, the Windmill Strike is, by the way, preserving damage. The game with the difficult time with the last. Yeah, we are really pushing for the limits, man. We are pushing for the limits every day. Yeah, also literally. So this is 16. Also, a little bit late to the party. Naja, gut, okay, machen wir so. Läuft. Okay. Also, aber machen wir so. So das. Also Worship muss eigentlich auch mal irgendwann mal folgen. So, jetzt zum Beispiel. Now we kill into like water. And preferably exit. So. Uh-huh. Oh, how over. We just weaken with this. The fool. I always wave of the hand last, guys. I always wave of the hand last, Mann. So ein Troll. Ey, ich kann aber nicht mehr. Ich kann nicht auf 3 Energie spielen. I cannot play on 3 Energy all the time, man. I mean, it's really like, I'm sitting here, I mean, it's like as the Spire would have never handed us an additional energy. I mean, I know there was one dripper, but, I mean, come on. I mean, come freaking on. Das ist 135. Wird gleich mal gestrikt. Crap, jetzt kriegen wir Damage, weil ich den Windmill Strike gemacht habe. Because I played Windmill Strike, we are taking damage now. What about Meditate? But I was just completely... Ach, whatever, jetzt gibt's einfach voll die Divinity, jetzt reicht's. Jetzt reicht, jetzt gibt's einfach voll die Divinity, Mann. Jetzt gibt's einfach nur noch Divine. Divine Intervention, guys. We just only go with Divine Intervention. I don't care. It's just like all Divine Intervention now. Now we go. Shh. Ja, genau. Was ist das? Aha. Bam! The Windmill Strike, you trash talk so hard. 135 right there. No problem, man. Easy stuff here. What is the upgrade? I get some nuts and banana that's here im Shop. Was ist denn das Upgrade? What's the upgrade, guys? But prostrate is a threshold. 0.3 energy upgrade. A little bit divinity. 0.6 probably, yeah. 0.6. Boy. Yeah. We cannot even buy the membership card. The membership card is not positive. Naja, guys. Naja. So, I go into my break. Well earned. And after that, we make finalize this. I don't know. Whatever. See you after the break, guys. Yeah, good news, guys. We just won. Yeah, because here. We just increased our deck damage by 30%. It's really good. We just click it and we increase our deck damage by 30%. Ultra sick. Okay. Since we never arrived with the speed potion, we can probably remove Defend Plus now. I will watch Flurry dancing. Yeah. Genau. Finesse over remove. Why? What's so beautiful on the finesse? I don't get it. What is it? You mean because we can also buy Crescendo? I can see Crescendo. 0 energy. 1 time extra super upgraded. No? Really? Rather not, right? That's plus an ink bottle. So you're saying our deck is fine as is, you don't want to have any removes from our deck? I was just thinking, you know. I was just thinking that these defense plus, they really do suck. And not like a little bit. I was thinking they suck big time. The Protect also never saw the beauty of the earth, right? But yeah, at least it retains. What we scry a lot though. Yeah. But it's more about the initial draw now. Yeah, let's remove the crap really. I wasn't kidding about the extra damage. Against these enemies, the extra damage is real. Okay. So, what neither is great, we are talking about making the deck flow 138 better. I think that's a wrong way to look at things. We probably skim through the deck within 3 or 4 turns. So, you will usually see the Defend Plus. Full stop. And because we removed it, we won't see it. And that's good. So, against the heart, the duplication is probably solved. We can do the draw potion. If you think we have problems here. I have to tell you that we drew the Windmill Strike under our opening hand, which is very potent. Thumbs up there. So, I think because we have all this retained stuff, we might even, you know, kill the spear shield. That being said, that's probably also stupid. So, looking GG. This find is solved because Windmill turn 1. Okay. So, and seriously? We have ink bottle a little bit, right? We can probably use ink bottle here. We can probably still pound on the spear and just take trying to block this one time. No. Is it legit? I mean, we block it also if you see the next apparition, so I guess yes. Pause. Boom! 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 The apparition just saved us 25 HP, who would have thought? Scry away the burns, we scry them away. No, I mean just saying, some people didn't want the apparitions, you remember? You remember? I don't know, I mean I remember, I don't know. I mean this is just like 25 damage right there, just saying. What do you think? Every single Watcher run is winnable? Naja, the last 32 Watcher runs were winnable. And seriously though? Of course not. They keep Consecrate. I guess so. Maybe I should stop this spew. I mean, I don't know about spew. I mean, it's still 8, and I was thinking if we get any eruption, which we have 3 of in the deck, and we can even skim towards them, then it's like 16 damage AoE. Actually, it wasn't a spew. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. Boom, Orichalcum! Ah, no attack. Windmill Strike is basically a reach your dagger. Yeah, and it tries to catch up 5 every fight, instead 5 every turn. Also about the apparitions. Ah, yeah. Okay. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Oh, we have buffer! Okay, now we go ham if you have buffer. Yeah, the Sash Whip is really like... But we knew that Sash Whip won't be good. So I'm not even having a tear. Like, in my eyes, it's like... We knew it won't be good. Like water in a fast fight. Nah. It's not... I mean, it's 7 block per turn. It's really not nothing, so... Probably keep it. Okay, machen wir so. Scroll. Ah yeah, another reason for Consecrate, of course. Yeah. Dann machen wir mal Inner Peace. Like Water Crescendo. Das ist schon annoying hier, der Dude. What the hell? Oh Mann, hey. Oh. Hey, was? 148? Ah, we also lost the strength, Mann. Hey, wie viel ist das denn? 40. OMG, Mann. What dude stopped us going ham? Yeah, the one dude stopped going ham. The other one attacks us now. The next turn is actually rather not so dangerous. But we would also need to deal some damage at some point. Yeah, that would be preferable. I mean, just try to go through 30. That was hard enough. 4, 6, 8, 9, and we get 2 scries back if we play the scissors. So we should play the scissors. Yeah, no, absolutely. Also, the scissors also give us energy back. So 4, 6, 8, 9. It's not even good. I mean, we would need to play a hand first. Ah, yeah, I see. We can play third eye. We play third eye, 4, 6, 8, 9. Third eye, we get double weave. Weave, cut through fate, weave. Wallop? What wallop? What are you talking about? We are not walloping anything here. We need the energy and such. These are all good. So, let's see. And what is the idea? Yeah, this is the idea. Yeah. Weave, then we got another card and such. 4, 6, 8. Nah, we overdraw if we play cut through. It's really sad, hey. Mano, money. Yeah, it's bad. I mean, it's not that bad, but it could be better. So, was haben wir jetzt hier? Also jetzt kommt what? There's some Deus Ex Crescendo. What did we pull? No, just Lucky comes next, right? Yeah, just Lucky. There's some energy coming as well. Dann würde ich mal Vigilance to pull the Just Lucky and the Dudes, then Just Lucky, and then go back with Eruption or something. Yeah, let's do that. So we do this. Now we get the flurries. Flurry. We play Just Lucky to get the dude back. And then we go Eruption and go again. So scroll, genau, also wie Scroll, Cut through Fate, yeah, you get the idea. So, so, genau, dann haben wir das eine Energie. Können wir eigentlich Crescendon? Actually, Crescendo maybe is better. Eruption. I don't know. Tough calls everywhere. Do we have these three right in the dude? I lost a little bit the overview. Again. Oh mein Gott, hey. Also, we could have maybe stripped. Ja, jetzt komm hier. Das ist langsam echt so ein bisschen. Also, so. Yeah, probably. Okay, I mean, if you don't need to pull apparition, we don't want to pull apparition. What could end for divinity? Yeah, for the thing, right? I'm currently thinking about something else as well, which is, do we want to use the buffer now, or do we rather want to apparition this attack? Another one of these questions. I think apparition might simply be better. A hunch, I don't know. Cannot say, but I would assume. So if you could shuffle, we cannot. Can we not? Difficult. So let's do this. No, yeah, no, divinity next turn is fine. Divinity next turn is just about right, guys. So, how do we reach divinity? Do we reach divinity one time? Do we want to do it twice? I guess we definitely want to have the weave in the dude, as in the hand. Maybe we should have upgraded weave instead of prostrate, but yeah, then we could not play the prostrate play now, so probably it was okay. This is card draw. This is not really needed, but yeah. This is so interesting. Oh. Just to have done it, guys. Just to have done it. Yeah. Try coin. Yeah, I know. I just put it on top. I changed my mind, guys. Okay. So, yeah, one divinity. Oh, we get 2 relics, by the way. We receive 2 relics from them. Is it the thing? Is the next attack small or big? Oh, it's small. Also very small. Very, very, very small, guys. Okay, like this, yeah. Okay. Machen wir so. Shuriken Kunai, you say? Yeah, let's see. Oh, yeah. I set up nothing, right? Literally nothing. Bomb! 58. Lantern and Art of War, great. Complete trash. Fairy in a bottle, 60%. Yeah, there is devotion. What mental fortress? Yeah, no, there's devotion. Guys, there's devotion. Are you freaking kidding me? Of course it's devotion. Also komm bitte. Also, Jungs. What? It's not even close. So, yeah. Cool. So the idea is that we need the draw potion to pull anything, honestly. I mean, not specifically if we have apparitions in the dude, then we don't need to play it now. But generally speaking. So, duplicate devotion. No, we duplicate talk to the hand for the soil. Okay, let's start with third eye. It's pretty obvious, right? Okay. So what does third eye do for us? Yeah, it basically shuffles away all the garbage and blocks in at the same time. Why not both? Because I cannot do magic. My priority target is talk to the hand, and then I will probably duplicate whatever there is as well. Which could be apparition, which could be... Yeah, devotion, could be anything, but I cannot do magic. It's like... It is whatever will happen, guys. Okay, so... yeah. We want to skim to the talk to the hand ASAP. So sanctity is block. We don't need that block. We do not need that block. So, and we don't need the calm because we have calm, right? So we also want to pull specific cards. Therefore, we go with Katsuropate and not unless you want the Art of War, which you know have as well. So we could also basically keep the sanctity, go into inner peace into sanctity. Absolutely possible. I can kind of do magic with this cry though. Yeah. Now that's possible. I don't know. I would probably like to abandon this, would rather like to scry towards what we want. I think that has to be better. Right? Probably. So. And now we can actually try to manipulate to duplicate 2 cards. It's rather difficult to do that. Yeah. Usually the potion would activate first, but we did not take it. What now we are talking, but what are we talking? How do we want to do it? Want to duplicate inner peace as well, or I don't know. It's actually sad. It's really sad, yeah. Duplicate and the Swift potion. Yeah, we could also use the Swift potion to maybe duplicate a Foresight, for example. That would cost us the Swift potion. Yeah. We could also try to meditate the talk to the hand back. That sounds like a spew to me. I believe that we do not need the draw potion later, so I think we can just use it now. Yeah. Why? Because it's not needed later. We have Super Scry. Why would we ever need the draw potion later, right? Yeah, I think so. So we go now to 5 though, right? We play talk to the hand and we go to what? 4 block. Yeah. 4 block and then we can duplicate something else as well. Yeah, I would like that. What duplicate talk to the hand is good enough? Let's keep Swift for safety. What safety? We have Protect and Deceive Ray safety for safety. Nah, like serious talk. I mean, and we don't run a 7 Scry for nothing, right? We don't run Scry 7 for no reason. It's like do this and then here. Yeah, and it's probably double devotion. Yeah, double talk, double devotion. It could also be double like water. Probably double devotion. No. You want devotion, John? Right? Yeah, I think so. For massive damage. What, duplicate would remove the buffer? No. I don't. You're talking about. Talk. So, we are gonna lose the buffer, right? No, wrong. Why would we? Okay, so, so we can either do double like water or we can double devotion. Like water is 5 block per turn. Devotion is damage and 0.6 energy per turn. Yeah. Yeah, probably devotion. Oh, foresight, man. Come on. At least we got the windmill strike. Mantra. That was a mantra train you just witnessed. Sesh. Whip. Yeah, prostrate. Mantra train. I'll meditate on some stuff, no? What would you like to have? Ah, foresight. Very nice. And what else? What is cry? Which is cry? What do you mean? Maybe scroll. Scroll. Also. Yeah, okay. Whoa! Whoa! What? Jetzt gibt's Fist of Justice. Huh? -1. 1 is none. 1 is none. Seven is not good enough. Wait, you would like to play the scroll now? Did I get that right? Okay. Now we want to wave this dude into infinity and beyond, yeah? And there's some just lucky, it pulls 2 weaves, right? 9 damage just lucky, but yeah, let's not take it. Bomb! 11, bomb! But yeah, let's not take it. Okay. 47, how is that? It's better than nothing. Okay. So there are exits or not? I mean, if there are 0 exits, we need to really think. Oh, no, we don't need to think. We have exit with divinity. Easy. Okay. So, can it be that easy? Yeah, we can also pull the miracle. We have divinity anyway, so whatever. War slime exhausted! What a good to do! What? What? So, okay. I'm done into shuffle, right? So that we shuffle the dudes with. You see? I'm saying following. We need to shuffle the deck, okay? So let's go shuffle the deck, but with the dudes. It's important. So first of all, we don't want to take damage. So we can use one of these crises, okay. Oh. Ja, genau. Dann machen wir ein bisschen angry. With the one crescendo, we don't want that. Oh wait, we are still angry. Ah, I see. Okay, what is true? Yeah, okay, time to go to bed. So, what do you mean? No, everything planned. Why? Nobody saw that? So what? Instead of trolling, just look at the beautiful shuffle we just generated. What about that? Windmill Strike is back in town, by the way. Our weakness is 15. This pulls back. Ah, meditate, very nice. I like that. We can immediately use it, I like it. Then we can meditate back stuff. We can also go into stance. Like, it's nice. Ja, genau. 15 maybe enough. 15 weakness? Do you think the heart will be weakened for a long time? How did you figure that? Did you figure that out all by yourself? Sorry. It's a lot of training. It's a lot of training, no doubt. Okay. Alright, so what is that here? 50. Hey, this divinity. I mean, I love. Oh, what is 78? Is it good? Nee, aber mal honesty. Ich meine, this is schon nice versatility hier, ne? Also, cool, oder? Echt cool. Oder nicht? Ich find's geil. Einfach schön. Einfach schön. Ja. Einfach schön, versatile. Oh ja, das war jetzt vielleicht nicht so gut. Einfach schön und versatile, ja. Es ist einfach geil. Ja. Ja, es ist einfach nice. Es ist einfach so richtig nice. Schönes Deck. Alles passt. Really nice, you know. Es ist einfach nice. Okay? Das ist einfach das Geilste. Richtig nice. Was ist das ja eigentlich? Achso, jetzt sehen wir. Okay. So, 200 gerade. Einfach richtig nice. So richtig nice. Hm? Ja, super fun run, ja. What, but it's usually talked on as our main block. Ja. Also jetzt hier, this is not a traditional deck, oder? So with the Weaves and with the Foresights and with the Devotion we found later. With some Apparition with like Water also as half block condition. With like Dance swapping but also Divinity main. With one wave to the hand. With like 3 energy. With the... Ja, I mean, ja. Also this ist schon hier Windmill Strike und so. Das ist schon nicht exactly conventional. Ja. So, also next time we are Dudes. Ja, genau. Ja, nee, das ist schon ein cooles Deck so. Das ist schon ein cooles Deck. Da müssen wir nichts Trash talken. Also da müssen wir schon einfach sagen, das ist geil. Genau. Ja. So. Schön. GG. Another Watcher-Run finds its succession. Free the tail. I mean, it's not bad if the lizard tail is still there. It means we are still a lizard. I mean, what a sad story if you lose the lizard tail. I mean, do you also know that the survival rate goes down if the lizard tail is lost? because the lizards also lose part of their balance and all that stuff. So, if anything, it's a good sign that we still have the lizard tail available, honestly. Nothing to burn there. So, maybe host a small latest Spire streamer today. Mal gucken. Let's see who's online. Maybe somebody. Oder Doc, also Doc. Achso, ne, Panacea ist ja online. Na, gebe ich mal Panacea mal hier. Surprise Raid. Surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise. Host Panacea? Ja, no, sowieso. Hat straight up had that in mind anyways. Yeah. Guys, thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. I had a blast. I'm super exhausted, but it was super fun. I love that run. This is like a classical watcher as guy run. It is really, really, really nice. Guys, see you and bye-bye. Cool stuff, cool stuff.